Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Giuseppe Montesano, Twine to Twiangle, Mitch Kennedy, Original D-Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Bogey, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Mel B. Styles, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealand's Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Hey Roro, I think your mic might be making some noise.
Yes,
Okay.
someone's mic has really got bad feedback.
Yeah, there it is. Roto. It was you.
Hola, buenos dias, good morning.
I
So it
thought I
wasn't
was
mine
going deaf.
making all the
Now
noise.
my ears are better. I thought I was going deaf. Now my ears are much better.
No, you do not have
Sorry.
tinnitus. It was just Roto.
You must have an i6 too, maybe. Inside joke.
What up, y'all? What up, y'all?
Hey,
Y'all can hear me?
D-Rose.
Roto's in
Mic check.
Roto's
Hey,
in
what's up?
Alexandria.
Nathan, Neil scared me for a minute when he was like, "Come on, Nathan, let's go." No show. I was like, he burnt his computer out doing that test.
No show had a question mark.
Nah, that's unlikely. I mean, I may have a little niggle. Yesterday's GPU hotspot temperature reached 88C, in case you're interested. But as I say, I haven't actually checked to see if he's contacted me back, but I'm not going to chase him down, given that I've gone from having no ability to make a show to having a very nice computer, just with quite a high temperature. And he did give me a little niggle yesterday. But it didn't crash the show, the computer didn't fall over, OBS didn't fall over, the encoding didn't stop, the recording didn't stop, the live stream didn't stop. Just OBS had a little moment, a little glitch. And that was while I was testing to find the limits of stability when I'm undervolting, or that was the end result, although I wasn't doing it at that moment. So, I am doing something to sort of counteract that overheating problem, which will be resolved in time. So, but I'm saying that to say that that's a tiny little issue compared to every component being almost on fire. This is a minor inconvenience, one tiny little GPU hotspot problem. I can deal with that. No worries. I'm laughing about it. I know a lot of people will be really stressed about that. Me? No, I'm all right. It'll get resolved with
Wait,
a bit
is that the normal though?
It's not normal, it's wrong, but it will be resolved. It just needs a couple of bits of thermal interface material between a block and the GPU itself, where there's just currently a gap. So we've put the thermal interface material on the memory, that's contacting the block. Obviously there's thermal paste on the chip itself, that's contacting the block. But then there's a fairly significant area around it on the other two sides of the square that there's nothing there. There's no thermal interface material. There should be, because then it makes the rest of the card have some way of dissipating its heat into the block. Well, that's currently not there, so that bit just gets hotter and hotter and hotter. So, I can easily resolve that particular hotspot. We only know that's a hotspot because Craig's got a FLIR camera, and he just looked at it, and we went, okay, there's where the hotspot is, right on that square where there's no thermal interface material. But then, like I say, at the time, we were trying to figure out a RAM issue. So it's just something that got forgotten. But we went to the extent of testing it and saying, okay, there is an issue here. But then both of us just forgot when you're dealing with 5 different issues. But there we go. But the fact that I know where the thermal interface material needs to go and where the hotspot is because of his camera is very useful. And for most people, they'd be very stressed about it. But like I say, when you've lived with a GPU that's sat at 107C most of its working life. 88C. Who cares? it'll be fixed in time.
Every time I thought I'm out, they pull me back in. So we're not running. We're not running fully capable.
We've
We're
gone
running
from
what?
running about.
Neil, be optimistic. Stop it.
If you want to give it in percentage terms, Neil, right? For the last 8 months, the computer has been running at about 15 to 20% of its capabilities and capacity. And if you want to put that on the same scale, it's 80% instability, if you want to look at it another way. Right,
Okay, I feel better.
Okay, now we're at, I'm going to say 98, maybe 97% stability. 3%, not really an issue, but needs addressing in time. There's a vast difference between what I've currently got sat next to me compared to what's been sat next to me for the last 8 months. It is an entirely different experience from this side of the computer. I assure you, I'm much, much happier. This is the mood and frame of mind I wanted to be in for 8 months, thanking Paul for his generosity buying the thing in the first place 8 months ago, right? Instead of, if I can just get this problem solved, if I can just stop it overheating for 8 months. Instead of, oh my God, this computer's amazing, worth every dime. Thank you so much. Oh, wow, it's ace. Look how snappy it is. It's great. That's how I'm feeling at the moment. Not only that, I've edited 3 videos this morning. I mean, admittedly, I got up pretty early because of the kids, but, from about 6 o'clock till now, I've taken a massive chunk of the Dell debate, chunked it out into 2 separate videos, one lengthier with all of it without heavy edits, where admittedly someone, if there wasn't heavier, the longer version could moan and go, oh, you've recontextualized it. Well, yeah, I have. I've had to hack it down from about an hour and a half to about 10 minutes, but there's going to be a 30-minute version as well. But anyway, I've done all of that. I haven't done all of it, but I've got the vast majority of it done because I'm not sat in front of a stupid computer testing it and looking at IDA. I got up and I was like, I don't have to test a computer today. I mean, admittedly, I did do a live stream to the members last night to test the undervolt, which is me even getting ahead of a potential issue, Neil. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, Steve Rose, that thing is driving me crazy on camera. It's swinging back and forth.
Oh, okay. A minute ago, you were sending me messages going, oh, no show. Oh, no, he's testing That's what I'm reading in Skype right now. But, okay, your dangly camera problem.
Can I
You're so
say
bloody
this,
fickle.
Nathan, I'm feeling quite optimistic because you did a long live show earlier. Then you came on and did a test for like 3 hours. Then you said you just did some things this morning. I'm feeling optimistic that I think you're 98% solved.
Yeah, I agree.
Resolved with this issue.
I am. I agree. I mean, the stuff that I did last night was because I've gone, okay, rather than letting this get out of control, I've got a hotspot problem. What can I do to resolve it? Well, although I intended to leave everything at stock and not faff with it, I don't want it to become a problem. So I'll undervolt it. Okay, well, I know what I've got to do that. I'll just go through the process and I'll set loads of profiles. So I've got a choice. If one of them doesn't work, I can just click a button and it changes. So I applied them all, tested them all, and then started live streaming. And then once the show was over, or not over, once we went well into the after show, no one would moan that I'd cut the show short. I started fiddling around with it and testing it and playing games and stuff like that just to see if I could get it to fail. So in other words, I'm deliberately trying to get it to fail at that point. And what I'm trying to get to is that point. I need to know where that point is. Where does it go snap? And when it did, it snapped in a very familiar way. Something doesn't quite work correctly. Not it goes to blue screen or black screen or dies or falls over and goes beep and then just doesn't come back on. That's what I've had for 8 months. A failure is not just oh, that's interesting. When I transition between studio and non-studio, it doesn't quite work properly and it's not picking up the game anymore. Oh, this is the breaking point while you're scratching your head about why something doesn't work correctly. That's where I want to get to, or you'd hope that would be the testing process. Now, don't get me wrong, when you're doing stuff that's a bit more extreme, you do get blue screens. But when you're looking to get that effect, again, when it's not unexpected or you're looking to get it to crash in that way, then fine. But not in the middle of a bloody show. Or worse, after you've spent 5, 6, 7 hours of testing it, getting it to the point where you're so confident that it'll work the following day, and then the following day it blue screens. Literally the first thing it does when you turn it on. That was what I've been experiencing for the last 8 months. It's been horrible. But like I say, total turnaround.
Nathan.
It's like a different machine. And
So 98% now. You're functioning at 98%. That's great news. How you doing, Tim?
fickle.
I feel what you're saying.
Nathan.
Just imagine that. Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Nathan, what's the thermal operating range of your new GPU?
Don't know. I've not looked it up. That's a bloody good point. It might be that the thermal limit's 88 and I should be shitting my pants. Thank you. That's a very good point. I knew the limit on the old one. It was 109, I believe. I can't remember now, but at the time I knew what it was. I knew that 107 was right up against it. But I don't actually know what it is on this. I had looked it up, but I hadn't found the answer.
You'll need to look that up because it doesn't matter how many times you test it to its limit. It's like exposure to sun and skin cancer. It only takes one exposure to get skin cancer. It's not multiple exposures.
Right.
So all you need to do is heat up that GPU, and one solder point will fail, and then it's all over. So you need to know exactly where you can take that GPU.
I will find out. It is something on the list of things to do. I did, again, while we were faffing with other things, look up what the thermal limit was and just never found the answer because it's quite a new GPU. It's only been out for 2 or 3 months. But I will. That is a priority. You're absolutely correct. And yes, that is how the old one died. So at the point that I couldn't stabilize the integrated graphics on the CPU, I had to resort to the GPU. And in so doing, I knew that method would generate a lot of heat in the GPU. And I'm like, okay, by doing this, I am, because I knew exactly where the limit was, kissing the death of this GPU. I'm going to kill it doing this. I know I will. So 2 or 3 days, but by then I remember saying it on the show. I'm like, I don't care anymore. I'm not going to test it for 6 hours. There's a new one sat on a shelf at a shop. I'm just waiting for a part to adapt it to get it on. So, it's plod on. And a day later, it started becoming very unstable. The day after that, it died. Why? Well, because I'd pushed it too far. Getting it to do one more little thing. Just one more little thing encoding the stream. That was all I asked it to do. Too much. It died. Because, like you say, some solder joint somewhere detached itself and that was it.
And that's the thing about, it's all nice to think about having a passive cooling system because, you've got your certain circumstance. But in an ideal world, and we here, especially on this show, we talk about thermodynamics, it takes exactly the same amount of watts for cooling as watts for operation to sustain your components.
What's this about the sun causing skin cancer?
Not his point. His point that there's a breaking point is his point. It's not like if you go out in the sun for 25 minutes over and over and over again, you're going to get skin cancer. But if you're out in the sun and exposure at a rate of 40 minutes plus will cause damage, and you stay out for an hour and a half, then you've gone beyond the breaking point and the damage is done. That's his point.
No, I understand that. But there was this guy. Listen, there was this guy. Hold on, B. Was this guy? He was the only one that put sunblock on his nose, going on the roof and working. Make sure you put sunblock on. Make sure you put sunblock on. Nobody did. And guess who's the only one that got cancer? Him.
Okay. That isn't really the point he was making, but okay.
I know the point he was making, but I'm picking up. I don't buy the shit they're telling me about the sun, okay? I don't buy it.
Okay. We'll just tell this guy just so we can stop talking about the computer. Because otherwise I will start just getting sick of this one when I'm quite pleased with it. Just 1 second, Neil. So what I did do when I did look it up was just find the same results over and over again for all the various different NVIDIA GPUs that are out there. In other words, I don't think this particular generation has any different limits to the last God knows how many generations. Now, there might be a subtle difference, but I don't think it's going to be a major difference. Otherwise, it would be noted somewhere because it would be noteworthy. But when I had looked it up, I just got the same results as I got last time for the old one. And my conclusion, without thinking, no, I must find it with the name and number of my new unit attached to it with a specific temperature, which I did not find. I'm pretty confident it's just the same as the old one. However, I will still look into it.
And by the way, stop accusing me of opening my mic when I don't. Yesterday you did it to me, and it wasn't me, and you just did it now.
Where there's a badge
it's
of
okay. That's
honor.
fine. We've got a new whipping boy now. I can blame D-Rose every time it happens from now on. It's okay.
I'm not going to rat anybody out. But it
didn't
was
ask you to.
D-Rose.
I said automatically we will blame D-Rose from here on forth because he's the new whipping boy.
Oh no. No, you're not gonna do that, but that was me. That was me. I called your name out.
Well, now
That
we
was
are
me.
going
That
to,
was
even
me.
if it, even if it was unreasonable to just do it because you're the new whipping boy. Neil's had to deal with it for years on end. It's been a while since we've had a new guy.
Have you explained it to him, Nathan? How
What?
it goes?
Can we also remember that Nathan is not on the roof with the computer doing the show, so it's a moot point.
Temporarily, there's
Sorry.
just two rules that you need to understand, D-Rose. All interruptions will be blamed on you. If the interruption is not your fault, refer to rule 1.
It's your fault.
Nathan, please go to the slides in Master B for review before the final review of Res Rhetoric.
And I do get it. I'm a rookie, so I've been a rookie before.
I got this working, by the way. Discord's not on it, though. Oh, that is something I've missed. There you go. All the time in the world spent on the live stream, faffing and fiddling in front of the members, to try and get things to work, and Discord's not on this screen anymore. But I'll soldier on and figure that out while you read out what I've just put up from Skype, which I couldn't do yesterday, if you remember.
What a rookie. Anyway, so you got the first picture, GM polar alignment, I assume?
Yeah, I don't know. I've just got the last. Angles of
Well,
declination is above one of the boxes.
Yeah, no, you need to go to the first picture.
Okay.
GEM polar alignment, is that confirmed?
Wow, is it a lot of pictures?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Rotation at the top? Is that the one you want first?
I just posted it today. I took the other ones off because one of them was
Bloody rookies. Okay, I got it. GEM polar alignment.
Bunch of rookies here. Maybe you ought to be on the roof. Who knows? All right, polar alignment GM. So here you got the equatorial Mount telescope being described and how, when you use it, how it should be viewed to the understanding of what's going on. So, of course, polar alignment would mean Polaris. So there's a north celestial pole. And then you've got east, west, north, and south horizontally being shown. And then you show the altitude angle, which is the elevation angle. And obviously, the azimuth is the direction from north in degrees. Next slide. So then it shows the equatorial Mount telescope with Polaris in the middle, and it's leveled, and it's on 4 axes minimum, because it's got to be alt-az on the tripod, and then right ascension declination on the other 2, so that anybody in the world can just get the coordinates, because you're going off of a terrestrial reference frame to a celestial, meaning the sky map is now the reference frame. You're no longer using the Earth as the reference frame. Go to the next slide. And over here, you will see a little depiction of the equatorial plane and the equatorial Mount telescope pointing to a star. And it's no longer the surface of the Earth, and it never was. Then the next picture shows how the equatorial Mount telescope works. You got a tripod, you've got 4 axis points, you've got the alt-az, and on top of the alt-az, you've got the right ascension declination, which is following the sky map. And then you've got a little bit of description. It says, it may be a bit confusing for beginners to imagine the celestial equator and the related declination, which is latitude. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat circular platform on which the telescope stands. The platform has the size
Just let him finish.
of the
Go ahead,
the
then.
platform has the size of the Earth's equator. Now think about it. Whoever's using an equatorial mount telescope has to imagine that he's on the platform the size of the Earth's equator. And the axis is the polar axis. Even when moving the telescope to any place on this is unbelievable, disk. So
Read
if you
that
move
again.
the
It's
telescope
okay,
anywhere on this
everyone,
disk,
hold on, Ted. Everyone wants to get triggered, and I'll just repeat it again so they can get triggered to me saying it, although they've already done it to you. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat, circular platform on which the telescope stands. End statement. Go ahead, guys. You react now.
I'm not done. I got one more
Brilliant.
picture after this.
I know.
Hang
but
on, boys.
Just let them have their little
Hang
reaction.
on, boys.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Go ahead. Just let them. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Who, me?
No, I want them to react. Although the moment's passed, go on to the next
Okay.
slide.
No, I'm not done with that slide. Are you kidding me?
Okay. I'm ruining this, aren't I?
Yes, you are. The platform has the size of the Earth's equator, and the axis is the polar axis. Even when moving the telescope to any place on the disk, the declination of the object will always be the same. The famous Andromeda galaxy, M31, can, for example, always be found at dec 41 degrees 16 minutes. This is independent if we observe it from New York, Los Angeles, or Munich. Why? Because the sky is the reference at this point with the EQ mount telescope. So, last slide. The tilt of the Earth, which is referred to as its angle of declination, extends from minus 23.5 to plus 23.5. See table 4.1. At the time of the equinox, around the 20th of March and the 20th of September, the beginning of spring and fall, respectively, there is essentially no tilt, and the plane of the equator is parallel to the incident of solar radiation. Now look at that table. So the fall equinox, 0 degrees. Winter, minus 23.5. Spring, 0 degrees. Summer solstice, plus 23.5. 2 times a year, no tilt to Earth. Guess what is the reference point for that disk used always? What date do you think that's from?
I don't know. Equinox?
The vernal equinox, where there's no tilt to the Earth. It's a disk, and you can get rid of your sphere, and you can put a telescope anywhere on that disk and use the star map coordinates, but you must get rid of Earth tilt, and you must have a disk all the way to the celestial sphere, and all the stars above it can be seen, all the stars below it cannot be seen.
Right. Excellent stuff.
Well, it's going to be covered today, I'm sure, because
But I want to
Brian.
go and make a quick drink. I've got 5 minutes before the live stream. The people who chirped up, I'm going to read that statement again with it on screen. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat, circular platform on which the telescope stands. Have at it.
Boom.
What?
Said boom.
Oh, kaboom. Crickets.
Alternatively, you can immediately leave dead air the moment I step away from a chair. I mean, that's also an alternative. 5 minutes before the show starts.
You want to step away and want me to run the show a little bit?
Yeah, for 3 minutes. That'd be brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. So basically, whoever's listening, when you use the alt as altitude azimuth, that's what the sextant, and that's with a normal telescope. You have your altitude above the horizon, and then your azimuth is your direction in a clockwise motion from north and then all the way around back on the disk. Okay, because horizontally is how you measure north, east, west, and south with a compass. That's the Alt-Az method, and the reference is the Earth itself. In the Equatorial Mountain Telescope, you got 2 more access points on top of the Alt-Az, which is geared towards now the reference point being the stars themselves. So even though you're on the Earth, even though you got to be polar aligned, even though your telescope has to be level to the latitude you're at, all that has to be set up. That's just the base. Then on top of that, you have 2 more axis points, right ascension and declination. And all you do is look up in Google or astronomy book for the star you're looking for, what the right ascension and declination is. And whether you live in New York, LA, or Munich, it's the same, because you're not using the Earth anymore. And then you just point to that, and everyone sees the same group of stars or constellations or whatever you're looking for. So that being said, how's this possible? Well, you need a certain date called the vernal equinox where the star map is referenced from. And so what's happening is the sun is moving, as we know, not the Earth rotating, and the sun is moving northward no more than 23.5, then back towards the equator, then southward no more than 23.5. So that's the yearly transit of the sun. And twice it goes over the equator, the vernal equinox and the autumnal equinox. So they chose the upward, where it's coming from the 23.5 southerly direction towards the north, when it's on the equator, where it's 12-hour day, 12-hour night, as that date. Okay, well, what's happening when it's moving up still? They still use that date as the reference. What happens when it's all the way 23.5 summer solstice? It's still that date. Well, what's that date? No tilt to the Earth, a flat disk. So I need a flat disk that my EQ Mount telescope is on, so that anyone in the world at any time can go to certain coordinates, no matter where they are, and find the same stars. Goodbye, globe Earth.
Hey, 10th.
Yeah. Yeah, go on.
10th, do you remember when Wolfie 6020 did his breakdown of the celestial mount to prove
Is that
the
the
globe?
one? Is that the one where he shows it on the apartment building balcony somewhere South America?
Correct.
I can't remember where. I'm. Yes.
If you remember that, so could you give a breakdown from what you just read about celestial mount compared to Wolfie's description of how it proves a globe? And
no, I don't like. I can't do that because I can't remember what Wolfie said. Number one, and I wouldn't cite Wolfie. I would go to official Equatorial Mountain Telescope sites, which I have downloaded and read and watched videos, countless of them, on how they work, how you set them up. So I would go to the official reference and just cite how they work and what they are, which is what I'm doing. It doesn't matter what Wolfie says.
What's the equator?
so for the simple people like us, simple people that are out here, if you take an orange and you pick a latitude point anywhere on the orange and cut a orange right across the top, and you place your celestial mount, that's pretty much how it works.
No, definitely not. That's why I asked what the equator was. See, the equator is the minimum elevation angle measurement that you can take to Polaris, where it reaches the horizon. Well, that's measurements that you're taking to give you those lines that you described. What did you say those lines were? On the orange? Latitude lines, you said. Well, no. Latitude lines is a flat Earth concept, as is the equator. So when you're describing an equatorial mount, using the equator in terms of that celestial equator. Yeah? Well, the celestial equator, that's a flat plane. That's not an orange.
No, that's exactly what I'm getting at. But yeah, correct.
Oh,
Well,
you were
just
leading
remember-
me. Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, just remember the citation I put up said, even when moving the telescope to any place on this disk, the declination of the object will always be the same, meaning the latitude. Because you're using the sky as the map now, not the Earth. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello.
What's
Hello?
happening?
Going to do a bit of housekeeping. That's what's happening, Neil. It's exciting times. While I'm doing it, any chance you can share that Red Rhetoric video again for me, 10th? Any
Yeah, I'll find
evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge that's a horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth? Hello? Just me, or am I talking to myself?
I'm looking for the video, but I can talk at the same time.
Let's try that again. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Do the violin music or the harps. Boom, boom. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge that's a horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
Well, you would have to be on a spinning ball, and you'd have to assume that, and you would have to have curvature and a geometric horizon. I've never seen it. And when asked how they got it, they say, well, it's there, but we can't see it. And we know that it's underwater. So there's no evidence for it. It's just something you got to believe. If you want to believe, you live on the ball.
It only exists in the maths below surface level. In physical reality, you can't have a geometric physical limitation below the surface level. It's absurd. Any evidence you can have gas pressure without a container?
Any evidence you can run your car tires without a tire and still have pressurized air?
No.
Well,
If you-
pressurized is different than air pressure. That's what they tell me on the ball side.
Really?
the same thing. Pressurized air, air pressure, it's exactly the same thing.
Oh, you hear me?
Hey, Arwin. Well, we were all well and truly warmed up in the pre-show. And anybody got any idea where we got to in this Red Rhetoric video?
I just found it. I'm going to post it. I was going to ask you yesterday.
Before you do,
stopped up, but I forgot.
Before you do, so as always, let's not lose our sense of professionalism, even though we are covering this for the third time. In the live stream chat running by right now, there is a link to Red Rhetoric's video, and in the same way, I would hope he would respond with the algorithmic love sharing that we are offering to him right now. He would put a link to my video were he to respond. Now, with that in mind, I have put a link to Red's video. I would hope that my audience would go and leave him a comment, bolstering him in the algorithm, and saying, Nathan Oakley, 1980 sent me. Thank you for proving Earth is flat with your elevation angle measurements, or something to that effect. Hopefully something that won't get your comment deleted. As I say, pretty much selfish motivations in this regard, because I'd like him to do the same where I get no algorithmic love. That said, I don't know if Reds has been cast into the wrong category or something, but, you know, he's being outshone by people who are considering him more stupid than him. You know, back in the day, you know, Reds was a reasonably formidable opponent. You know, don't get me wrong, he's not right in terms of his side of the argument, but when you compare him to the current crop, Sam Dan and Dave McKeegan, Reds, I'd be fuming, mate. You know, you deserve to be at the top of the pile of anti-flat Earth, surely. But no, for whatever reason, he isn't. I don't really know why. You know, you've got complete idiots making fools of all of the anti-flat Earth fraternity. Like I say, Dave
Nathan,
McKeegan, that's the top of the pile.
Sorry.
Go on. Go.
Yeah, try 30 minutes. Try 30 minutes in about 15 seconds.
30 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, into his video. I think that's where about you were.
Close enough. Okay. Should we just get straight onto it? Anybody got any comments? Done a couple of housekeeping questions. No? Let's do it.
No, let's go.
Let's review my previous diagram showing angle A. As a reminder, angle A is the angle between a target in space and the chord line to a...
No, you can't have an angle to a underground tunnel you haven't dug. This is not an angle. Yeah, the baseline's the ground that you're standing on, and it's being measured flat if you're taking angles from it. Chord line, no. Nobody's taking... What, do you get a chord from a sextant, for example? What about the telescope you used? Did it dig a chord? Yeah, when you leveled it? Making it level with the angle that you took from it. Was that through a chord? No, it was from the level that you established for the tool, in this case an equatorial mount, and the baseline, that's the ground, not a chord.
A second observer at a distant location on the surface.
If you're using a sextant, Nathan, you have a height of eye correction. You don't have a depth of tunnel correction to adjust your angle to either.
Yeah. Isn't this guy calling himself astronomy something or other? Well, surely, if he's talking about astronomy, that's astronaming to you and I, he'd know about some of the names that were ascribed to the navigation stars, right? And how they're used in terms of the angles he's measuring when he levels his tool. You know, is he using these terms? You know, the angle from the chord dug through Earth. Is he using those terms generally in his day-to-day affairs? I doubt it. Only when he's talking about anti-flat Earth rhetoric.
Are they demonstrating how this angle is done? Because they're stating it's off of this tunnel, this imaginary tunnel. Well, that tunnel's not going to be commensurate with the tangent on the top of a surface. So fundamentally, they're going to measure the angle from reality, and no matter what, they're not going to take the angle from reality and use that. They're going to use assumption after assumption. I'm on a ball, I'm angled at this degree, therefore the tunnel has to be this angle. This is the differential to the tangent that I've presupposed from measuring it in reality, and therefore adjust the number that they take for reality based on the pre-assumptions of tunnels and balls. Does that make sense? This is what they've done in the past. Whenever they go to these balls and measure them, they adjust the angle, the measurement, with the pre-assumption that it's been taken off a ball, therefore it has to be adjusted. And in this case, they're adjusting it based on the chord, but they're still adjusting it based on R, fundamentally, and ignoring the real-life measurement.
Right. I mean, there's one thing ignoring the real-life measurement and another thing to transpose it to the centre of Earth after establishing that you're taking your angle from a tangent plane, a non-existent flat surface teeter-tottering over the top of the Earth. That isn't what he's doing, is it? He's got A drawn through Earth.
Yeah, it's worse than that, though, because...
No, it isn't a measurement.
The minute you say angle, it's over. And everything that Adam said is true, but it died even before where Adam got it, because you can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface. So if you want to nip it in the bud, it's over right there. Have someone try to demonstrate an elevation angle with a curved baseline. It's impossible.
Okay,
but they could go through the Earth, can't they?
No, they can't.
Can't they
Well,
tunnel through it?
No, that's not how you measure angles off baselines. You're not measuring them through Earth, through a chord line. It's just nonsense. Anyway, I'm going to do a quick call to action. So we've got over 50 people watching, which is great considering we've only been going 10 minutes. But the only reason we've got 54 people watching is because the regulars share the show. And that has got a comment, because the most prolific sharer and moderator and general all-round good guy is Divergent Droid. You got a shout out from Central Goat. He says, Divergent Droid is an excellent YouTube mod. Well done, sir. I couldn't agree more. He's fantastic. He and myself, when I'm a moderator on other people's channels, I try and emulate him, as do others. So Goldie is another one who tries to emulate Divergent Droid in his mod style. So I completely agree. But yeah, while we're back on track.
Paul is also good too.
Divergent Droid is the best mod on
There
YouTube.
are other moderators available.
Of the Earth. This chord runs under the surface of the Earth, directly between...
Does it? Right, when are you doing that to measure? You went.
The two observers.
The underground tunnel between the two observers is absurd.
Now, of course,
please.
this particular...
Pause, please. As Brian's logic has pointed out many times, the arc of the so-called Earth, when flattened out, would be a greater distance than that chord he's showing, so it wouldn't have worked anyway.
Right.
figure shows a very simplified example because if the target is directly in line with the second observer from the first observer, then angle A is simply the elevation of the target above the horizon plus the angle.
So not a chord. So in fact, A is just an angle with a straight line between you and the horizon, as he's just stated. We'll hear it one more time before I critique how that proves a flat Earth.
Target is directly in line with the second observer from the first observer, then angle A is simply the elevation of the target above the horizon plus the angle of the second observer below the horizon from the first observer.
No, when they're using the horizon to establish their level, both of their levels, that's the same, even though it sounds wrong, plural levels. No, they're on the same level. Yeah, they're both getting an angle. Now you, to accommodate that on a sphere, have to draw a chord line to give them the same base through Earth for it to be an angle. Now you're saying that one's got to be above and one's got to be below the horizon. No, they're not. They're angles. Yeah, the horizon is what you're using to establish horizontal, if this is practically applied. Go ahead, Tenth.
Oh, man, what a point. I know Adam's going to want to jump on this one. Play that last 5 seconds again.
Then angle A is simply the elevation of the target above the horizon.
Keep going.
Plus the angle of the second observer below the horizon from the first observer. Then angle A is simply the elevation of the target above the horizon.
Boom, black swan. So the horizon is Earth curve, and the math must match. So that picture of the two oil platforms and the horizon Earth curve is beyond its limitation, therefore no globe Earth. But what he just said is that one guy is above the horizon, the other guy is below. Well, he means over the curve. He doesn't mean, right? So he just destroyed himself.
Plus the angle of the second observer below the horizon.
You mean below the refraction, right? Black swan,
Yeah.
Dumbo.
From the first observer. But throughout this video, our measurements don't involve such ideal situations.
So would it be ideal to be tunneling through Earth? Or would it be ideal to be establishing a horizontal baseline between observers as is practically done on a flat Earth? Such ideal circumstances, no, they are ideal. Earth is flat to do this, and it is applied in that manner. So what are you talking about? You mean it would be more ideal if you tunneled through Earth? No, you're getting very confused about your idealistic tunnels through Earth to give you chord lines, when in reality you just establish a horizontal baseline. That's a flat Earth to do this. That's what's actually done. There's no need for anything more or less. But for you, what? It's not ideal because it's not tunneling through and forming a chord through a sphere? Yeah, that's a problem for you. Very much a you problem.
We need to know how to calculate angle A.
Hang on, Nathan. I've never read or heard a navigator using a sextant describe it in such a way. They need a circle of equal altitude. The height of eye is just your eyeball above the water line. And when it's on the water line, there is no correction needed, which means a flat baseline. And he's saying, well, this isn't an ideal situation. What does a sailor on a boat have other than the horizon and zero baseline? That's all he's got, and it works.
Yeah, it's on screen now. This is how sextant works. Does this guy look like he's digging a chord through a sphere Earth? Or is he establishing his tool as being level? Like your telescope that you have to level, Dumbo? Yeah, he's establishing his tool as level with the horizon. That's how the tool works. He's not digging any chords and worrying about how non-ideal it is. I mean, he might have to do a dip correction because of his height above the ground that he's using to establish. Bearing in mind that Earth must be, it's a prerequisite, flat in order to do this. But for you, that's not ideal. Yeah, we know.
When the target is not necessarily in line with the second observer.
No, it is. You know, when you establish a horizontal baseline between the two of you, that's precisely what you establish. Same with you in the GP of the stars. It is being established as level. Areas of equal elevation. That means equal elevation. The whole area. Yeah, clues in the name. Right. Yeah,
It's very tough navigating a globe. Very tough.
not ideal. Not ideal at all. Meanwhile, they don't do that. They navigate using angles off a flat Earth. So while it's not ideal to dig chord lines through the ground of the Earth to get away with your fundy presupposition that it's a sphere, when all of the lines drawn onto this globe representation have come from angles measured to the stars of a flat plane, I mean, you can, but then you get to things like this where you've got to dig through Earth to give you angles, when in reality you just measure them with respect to the horizon if you're out at sea, with a sextant. Guy Adams says Divergent Draw is the gold standard of YouTube mods. Getting a lot of love today. Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Guy. Really appreciate the support.
So how do we do this? Let's take a look with a different figure. This is a 360-degree panorama that I took with my Google Pixel phone from the Rocket Garden at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Center. The green grid represents the altitude azimuth coordinates. The blue...
What? Saying these grid lines represent the altitude grid? What? What's he talking about?
line represents the horizon.
That's the celestial sphere being projected onto the Earth, basically. So I think it's the altitude is the elevation above the horizontal, and the azimuth is north to south on the horizontal for your direction.
No way. So he's showing you how Earth is flat. The line represents the horizon. That's a flat baseline between you and the other person, like he just explained. Bit of a problem, not ideal for a globe, with that being a tunnel and all. But the globe-shaped bit, that's the sky then. So this diagram shows you how flat Earth and how it's utilising angles to the sky, represented here. I'm going to use this diagram so many times. This is great. So this is how the globe is wrapped around a flat plane then, in diagrammatical form, in augmented reality. My God, why am I getting interrupted?
Switch up the briefcases, right? You take the celestial sphere briefcase, and suddenly it's the globe you're standing on briefcase. Oh.
No, it's not. He's showing a flat plane with an augmented celestial sphere wrapped around it. So this isn't a globe-shaped ground. This is a globe-shaped perspective view that Brian describes of the sky. Well, the angles to the sky, represented through this grid, he has described a celestial sphere over a flat plane, and he's measuring it such. He's not measuring a chord, but the line that represents the horizon gives him the horizontal baseline with respect to the celestial sphere in perspective view that you are given in this grid, how it's represented here. This is great. Flat Earth proven.
You're assuming that he's conscious about that part, right?
Oh, I don't care if he's conscious. I'm telling you what. No, I'm not divining his bloody motivation as you interrupt me for the third time, Arwin. No. This is what it is. That's what it is representing. I can't even remember who's presenting this, Arwin. I don't care about his bloody motivation. You might do. Don't project that crap while you're interrupting me. I don't care if he knows what this is. This is a flat Earth representation with him even depicting the level plane and the horizon that is needed to describe it. Why? Well, because the sphere wraps around it as a perspective view described as Brian describes it. This is how perspective would represent itself. At your zenith, above your head, would represent itself at the top of the grid. As the star or sun moves towards the horizon, it moves through this grid. Well, as you represent that, it forms a sphere. It doesn't mean it is. It means that that's how you can represent it. Well, when you're drawing out a grid system for where those stars will be above on the ground, you end up with the celestial sphere over a flat plane. And as we've detailed throughout this descriptive process, utilising the horizon to establish the level plane between you and the other guy he's describing. Well, why does he need a chord line? So he's got a flat line between the two people. Well, in reality, the horizon's used to establish that if you're navigating. And in this depiction, it's a sphere over a flat Earth. Who cares? His motivation's irrelevant.
Yeah, Nathan, go to the two pictures I put in Master D, and you could obviously see what they're doing. Plus, if you go to any planetarium, it's the same thing.
Yeah. So on this depiction, you've got the telescope sat looking out at the star. When we say the globe Earth is redundant, aka surplus to requirements, where's the globe Earth coming into this? It isn't. He's on a equatorial plane. That's a flat Earth. That's what he's stood. He's not stood on any of the map that's got a globe picture on it, is he? Well, when you use this surplus to requirement globe in this depiction, you and your telescope are on a flat plane, looking through the globe Earth that's not needed or utilised in any way, out to the celestial sphere where the star resides in your field of view. Globe Earth, redundant, not used, surplus to requirements. Then you click back over to his representation of that first person. Well, in first person, what you end up with is the sky, with the globe of the heavens wrapped around with you standing on the flat plane, as depicted in this diagram with the telescope on it. Earth is flat. That's how it's measured, that's how it's navigated, and in celestial navigation, the best they can do is try and get this globe, as on screen now, somehow fudged into the process of measuring a flat plane with the stars wrapped around you with a perspective view. It's useless. The globe bit doesn't work. That's why it looks like it does in this. Because if you're going to even infer that it's used, you project out through the globe from the hell in the middle of it to the stars at the celestial sphere, as he's got drawn in this diagram. Shout out to Godzilla, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much for the support. Check out there's going to be a few members' videos coming now. I've got this computer nice and functioning. I say me. I mean other people's hard-earned money. Smash the Super Chat and PayPal link to support this channel.
Now, imagine a second observer is at a great distance from us, through the Earth, directly below...
Sorry, through the Earth. Why are we going through the Earth? No, we never have to imagine going through the Earth. Meanwhile, celestial navigation, I have to do it again immediately because of this bullshitter, works like this. Yeah? You're not looking through the Earth, you're standing on a plane. The only through the Earth bit is the redundant, surplus to requirement, globe Earth projected through when you've got the stars not using the surface you're no longer standing on if you're going to do it in this way. The globe Earth's useless. You're not going through Earth through a cord.
Below that black granite bench sitting to the left of the rocket. Let us also imagine that the target of interest is directly behind the very top of the Juno 2 rocket on the right side of the image. Now, let us note that in this example, our second observer is not directly in line with our target of interest. They are at different azimuths. Let's now draw a yellow line at the altitude of the second observer below the horizon and a light blue line at the azimuth of the target.
Black Swan. Below the horizon? You mean below the physical geometric sphere edge? Sorry, where's that depicted? All I see is a line out towards a point nowhere with a globe wrapped around a flat surface. Because if you're going to infer that below the surface level, where you've depicted your horizon, is another observer, then that would infer that the horizon is a physical geometric leading edge of a sphere. And if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to that physical geometric sphere edge horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And the distance to horizon shown in the Black Swan is beyond those physical geometric limitations that you're inferring in this example. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere, and the horizon is not a limitation to your view, geometric in nature, for you to imply that somebody below it. It's absolutely absurd and was debunked in 2020. Black Swan. Try to keep up.
We now have a red line that intersects a yellow line where the second observer is located, and it intersects the light blue line where the target is located in the sky.
Hey, Black Swan, you haven't got a physical geometric sphere edge for a horizon. We debunked it. Further to that, you're not showing a sphere Earth surface. You're showing the horizon, I wonder why, and you're showing the celestial sphere wrapped around it. Where's the globe surface that you're inferring with this red line, with someone apparently at the end of it below the surface level, drawn out with a blue line that's representing the horizon? It isn't shown. Just the celestial sphere wrapped around a flat plane, my friend. How it functions. How it's practically applied.
In order to measure the angular separation between the second observer and...
You'll need a flat plane. The angular separation. Angles. Yeah, well, if the Earth's curving away, which is not depicted in this, then you wouldn't get those angles. You'd have to get back to your chord line digging through Earth, wouldn't you? So the angular separation, I'm thinking no, unless you've got a flat plane to get it from.
And the target, we need to know the length of that red line between where it intersects the yellow line and where it intersects the light blue line. Now, you might be tempted to think, doesn't that mostly look like a planar triangle? Do we really need to use spherical trigonometry to...
It is Spherical trigonometry, did you say? No. It's oxymoron, my friend. Yeah, when you're talking about doing trig with triangles, there's no spherical bit. You don't have curved edges to triangles. It's absurd. You're saying, oh, that looks a lot like a triangle. Should we treat it like a triangle when it's a triangle? Should we not consider whether or not we've got bent lines at vertices? No, it wouldn't be a triangle anymore if we infer your batshit insane nonsensical oxymoron, because then we're not dealing with triangles anymore. But you're saying if you look at it and go triangle, au contraire, maybe we should think it's got bent lines, meaning it's not angles anymore, let alone try 3 of them.
Solve this triangle.
It wouldn't be a triangle if it was spherical, would it? Yeah, those two things aren't conducive with one another. Bent lines meeting at vertices aren't angles. But triangle, you say? Hello?
Well, let me give you a different perspective.
Why? We've got a triangle.
Let's turn off the background image.
What, the celestial sphere over a flat plane that gave you the triangle with a perspective measurement to those points on the grid along a flat baseline? Now, that's practically applied and has saved people's lives. It's called celestial navigation. Why are we turning off the grid that's used to save lives? I don't know, maybe we'll find out.
And then I'm going to turn off the altitude azimuth grid to simplify this figure.
Shouldn't that be the ground? For you? That sphere bit? Shouldn't that already be the spherical ground? I mean, I'm a bit confused.
And then I'm going to swing the camera
he's
out.
Turned off the sky. He's getting these angles from based on perspective, and now he's just turned it into geometry. Look.
Yeah, no, he turned off the
So the
sky.
points-
I understood he turned off the sky, but he turned off the sky that was giving him angles off a flat plane.
Yeah. But he doesn't want that now because those angles were perspective based, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. But now he wants them to be geometric, not the perspective impact of how you get the angle is no longer required. He just wants straight line triangles now. So we turn the sky off because now he wants the point of intersection. Yeah. That's what he's doing. He's now moving from his perspective measurements and he's converted them into geometry. Look.
From the center of this coordinate system and swing it around to a perspective outside the coordinate system.
Why the fuck would we do that? Anybody?
Yeah, so you can make it look like geometry, so you can transpose celestial navigation and turn it into triangles on a ball.
No, you don't have triangles on a ball, Adam.
Well, no, but that's kind of what he's done, isn't it? He's taken all these measurements from reality of the celestial sphere, and the angles he's obtained from that, he's plotted and now got rid of the celestial sphere and its perspective understanding, and all those angles are now just straightforward geometric angles.
No, they're not.
No,
they're not angles anymore. You're missing my point. No, he keeps talking about the spherical aspects of these triangles. No, once he does this, they're not angles anymore, let alone there being 3 of them. Triangle, 3 angles. He's just raped the angles out of them by bending the lines, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing here at this point, but always his baselines.
Oh, it's okay. These people that we deal with on a daily basis, Adam, they are stupid. This guy is Astronomy Live. Hello, my name is Nathan Oakley. This is a communication for Astronomy Live. Try. That means 3. Angle. That's 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. So try 3 angle. Straight lines and vertex points. What you have done is taken every aspect that I've just described away from anything you're going to do from this point forward. So at a fundamental level, you're saying, if I'm dealing with triangles, I will first stop them from being 3 angles, straight lines meeting at vertex points. Okay. Now, my response off the cuff was, why the fuck would you do that? You stupid idiot. Do you not understand what a triangle is and what you have just done to it? Are you retarded? Have a word, globe believers. You're dumb. You're just very stupid. Try. I mean, I'm dealing with this like I'm dealing with my 4-year-old. Try, Clover. 3 means 3. angles, straight lines at points. That's what we got to contend with. Someone with the mental capacity of my 4-year-old. Astronomy Live, you're an embarrassment. Yeah? Putting triangles, 3 angles onto curved surfaces. Stupid idiot. Just dumb. Why do we have to endure this stupidity? What the hell? Why have we had to sit through 32 minutes of this complete crap for him to get to his point that it's not ideal to use triangles as triangles. It's much more ideal if I fucking bend the lines. Is that a more ideal circumstance for you, twat brain?
So you can see what this triangle looks like.
It's not a fucking triangle. I'm not seeing a triangle, shit for brains. This is infuriating. So I can see the triangle, can I? Can you see a triangle? Maybe back to kindergarten so you can learn what a triangle is. This isn't it, you stupid moron.
We really do need to use spherical trigonometry.
We really need to use spheres when we're dealing with 3 angle straight lines. What we really fucking need is lots of bendy circles for that. You are stupid, Astronomy Live. Like, dumb. It's an affront to me personally when I get called stupid as a flat earther to listen to this absurd shit with you drawing circles and saying the word triangle. You're thick. There's no other conclusion I can draw.
To properly solve this...
To properly solve a triangle, we need circles.
Triangle.
No. You're thick.
Once again, from this perspective...
From the circly perspective of non-triangles...
What we are trying to find...
It's stupid because you've no longer got any straight lines with vertex points.
Is the angular length...
Well, how are you going to get that? The angular? The angular? What angular anything is there now? You stupid moron. My God.
Of the red line that connects...
The red line? The bent line? The angular what of the red line? How in unholy hell am I going to get an angle from this bent line ever? You are stupid. You just dump all of you globe believers up. This is on Red's Rhetoric's channel. So that makes Red's Rhetoric stupid too. Right, Red? You back this, do you? This muppet talking about angles? 3 of them? While he's got bloody hoops on the screen? Yeah, Red, this is just how stupid you are. You thought this man was wise. No, it's taking me, the flat earther, to point out just how bloody stupid you both are. These aren't going to give you angles, boys. Yeah, do you want to go up and look what an angle is? Because you don't understand clearly.
Next, between the yellow circle at the right side and the blue circle up at the top.
Not a fucking vertex point, Dumbo.
That is angle A.
Oh, is it? Oh, really? Do you want to go and look up what angle means? Angle, you say? What, like 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex point? You thought that was an angle? Yeah, mate, we need to have you committed. Yeah? You need to be locked up in some stupid mental asylum for dumb people that have lost their marbles.
The formula to calculate angle A can be found...
Would require calculating 2 straight lines meeting at vertex points now, wouldn't it? Not what you showed. You raped all of the straight lines out of that, didn't you, Muppet Boy? Because the inconvenience of a triangle... was, getting in the way of your globe fundamentalist religious belief. Yeah, we know.
Found here in the book Practical Astronomy with your calculator. It's presented as...
Have you got that book, 10th Man?
I'd have to look, but I could always get it.
It was Practical Astronomy as opposed to the Practical Astronomer, I think. No, it's the Practical Navigator, isn't it, Jacoby?
As using either equatorial or ecliptic coordinates, but...
Equatorial or ecliptic coordinates? In other words, what, flat Earth? Just bring up the diagram of what he's talking about. So you're talking about standing on a flat plane then? Yeah? Like the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris being the limit of the circle that we would call the equator when describing it as a flat plane to do the navigation with the angles from the flat plane. Not the chord angles. Not the inconvenience of having to dig through Earth to do this. Just establishing a horizontal baseline between you and a star's ground position. Yeah? That's a flat Earth. Go ahead.
Just a reminder to the audience, all measurements, whether it's the sextant or any of things to the stars, are based on the vertex being from the center of the Earth, the equatorial plane. It even says directly that we are measuring from there. That's where the measurement's coming from. So they always have to have a flat baseline. That's why the telescopes, no matter what kind, has to be level. So it's anything above the horizon. And then he's trying to show you a projection of the celestial sphere back to Earth and saying that's what you live on. He's not saying it that way, but that's what he showed with those three circles.
All right. Well, he's
projection.
he's an astronomer, right?
I guess.
Well, let's just take this from, what is it, astronomysource.com? Let's read out this one little section. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat, circular platform on which the telescope stands. To repeat that. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat, circular platform on which the telescope stands. End statement. That would be the leveling process. Yeah? For the flat, circular platform that you're leveling to.
There's one more. Don't miss that anywhere on this disk, not curved surface, disk.
Just reading what's been put on screen. My understanding, we had person A and person B looking at celestial object. Yeah, that's what we were doing. This appears to be talking about one observer calculating the RA as differentials between two celestial objects. So one viewer, two objects, angles between the two celestial objects in relation to the observer. It's not what we've been dealing with previously. We've been dealing with two observers looking at one object.
Hold on. Are you suggesting you've just caught a mathematical bait and switch?
Seems to be. That's being said there. Look, the angle between two celestial objects. Now, that angle can only be relative to one individual observer. But previously, what's being demonstrated is two observers looking at one point.
Right. So without the chord line, his example only works for one person. But even if it did, it's still, as described in this navigation handbook, describing the difference in angle.
Yeah.
Well, you'll need a flat Earth for the angle. But he's going to now take that flat Earth he needs for the angle and give you a differential between the two observers as opposed to a chord line, establishing the horizontal base through the Earth. Yeah, that is a bait and switch.
But the self-admission...
The angle between two objects is all it's doing, given you've got the angle between two celestial objects. That's what it's calculating for you, right? By stepping on to the equatorial coordinates. But that's giving you the angle of two celestial objects that you're looking at. So the angle difference between them. Yeah? That's all that's doing, surely. That's not what's being described earlier.
No, it isn't. Celestial. What's his name? What's this guy's YouTube name? Astronomy Live. Astronomy Live. It seems that you're now duping us into giving descriptions from handbooks that would prove Earth's being measured flat with angles and the difference between them in terms of two items in the sky. I mean, maybe we've jumped the gun a little bit. We'll have a little listen at him, but I'm pretty sure you can berate him in a moment. We'll see.
Just as easily substitute altitude azimuth coordinates. We're going to take the coordinates of the distant observer through the Earth and the coordinates of the target and calculate the...
How did he get the distance of the observer through the Earth? You're just going to substitute in that inconvenient bit that you couldn't possibly get. But now you're going to be using that inconvenient bit that isn't used in celestial navigation, where you would need an accurate distance tunneled through Earth. You're going to substitute in that you don't have.
Nathan,
why the F would we do that?
Self-admission. It's a self-admission. The curved surface would never give him the angle. So now the observer is through the Earth where he can have a chord line, which is a baseline. It's a joke. This thing is nonsense.
Angular separation between them. This is how my spreadsheet calculates angle A directly, and it's used a few other places in my spreadsheets as well. For example, this is how we found the velocities of those satellites, by converting coordinates to geocentric coordinates and then finding the angular separation between geocentric coordinates at multiple points in time.
I see. So in order to infer that you've got distances through the angle you measured. You took the angle you measured off a flat Earth and then inferred that the angle through which they moved, that would be the arc of the tool you measured them, was actually an orbital motion that they passed through. I see. How very intuitive.
Returning back to our observation of Mars, my spreadsheet calculates angle A to be 58.3276 degrees. And now, once again, I pass the video back to you, Red. Take it.
What did you achieve? Other than proving you're measuring these angles off a flat plane, because it's the only way you can acquire them, and then taking those angle movements through the protractor as you measure their angular separation, and saying that they're falling around a sphere Earth like the orbital mechanics that Kepler got you to beg the question of. No, that was useless. Is that really is that it? That what you've got to offer? I mean, what I really took away from that Astronomy Live was you don't understand what a bloody triangle is.
Get away.
Thank you, Astronomy Live, for that.
For that what? So you're endorsing is swirly whirly triangles, 3 angles, straight lines meeting at vertex points. Hoops give you that, do the Reds? Yeah, you're just as big a clown as he is. Obviously, you're stupid too.
Explanation.
What of circular angles, thick as.
To add to that, I would like to go over another way of finding angle A.
Not off a sphere Earth, you won't.
And that is with a program called GeoGebra Classic 5.
I'm going to go out on a limb, never having heard of this program before, and say that it requires a flat Earth.
In this program...
there it is! What do you know? Does that look like a Cartesian grid system to you, anybody? That looks very much like a flat plane there, Reds. Where's your globe? Isn't this plane supposed to be globe-shaped? Is that supposed to be the surface that we're standing on there, getting the angle off it? That flat plane there, Reds? Red's rhetoric has just proved Earth is measured flat. Here's the grid system that's utilised. Well done, Reds. There were me thinking you'd put a globe on screen straight away.
You can place points in 3D space and measure the angle of the lines between them.
You'll need a flat Earth, though, and there it is on screen. There's no globe here, Reds. So this is how it's practically done, you say? What, with a flat Earth? I see. Where's your globe? Red. Yeah, for the measuring bit. Oh, we need it to be flat to do this bit, do we? The starting point is flat. Red, I could kiss you. What a great little picture. Let's make this nice and big. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Red's flat Earth. Earth is obviously, observably, measurably, and navigated flat, as per Red's description.
So I made this 3D graph of my vantage point in Colorado.
On a flat plane. Well done, Red. Welcome to Flat Earth, sunshine.
And as you can see,
it's flat. Flat as a pancake, flat in all directions, flat for you to get an angle, flat for you to give this description, flat for you to have a fundamentalist religious sphere belief converted from this flat measurement. Earth's being measured flat here, Dumbo.
Astronomy Live is in one direction at a...
On a flat plane? Yeah? On this Cartesian grid? Yeah, we know. We know Earth's measured flat, Red, and so do you. Welcome to the club.
A negative altitude, while Mars is in a different direction at a positive altitude. Exactly.
No, sorry. Are you inferring that someone's gone through the ground of this Cartesian grid system that you use to give you the angle in the first instance? Are you now inferring that there's someone below ground level? Oh, that's going to be a big problem.
As it was on the night of the observation. And according to GeoGebra, the angles between these two lines is 58.32763 degrees.
Well, you'll need a flat plane to establish the horizontal base to give you the angle and the difference if you're inferring that it goes through surface level.
That is exactly what astronomy...
He said, I mean, he's going to die on these words. Negative out. I'd like somebody to show me an official citation how someone using the horizon can measure negative altitude.
He's talking about a man drowning.
Unbelievable.
Live got for his answer. So clearly, Astronomy Live found the correct answer, which means angle A in our diagram comes out to 58.327,631.75 degrees.
Fascinating, and a flat Earth proof if you're measuring angles, sunshine. You know, in the first instance, any of these angle measurements prove that we're on a flat plane, utilising the Cartesian grid system that you've depicted? Where was the bloody globe?
So we have angle A.
Oh, do we? See, that looks like angle A tunnels through solid rock now. That's fascinating. Do you want to show me that being done there, Red Rhetoric? Because in practical application, you don't. You establish your horizontal baseline using the horizon, or you can use a tool, like a level, to establish level. You don't drill through Earth. I mean, this seems very strange that he would be needing triangles and drawing triangles and not using the curvy surface that he's claiming to prove, but instead drilling through at a greater rate than has ever been drilled through the surface of Earth ever. This seems very... What's the word Astronomy Live used? Impractical? Oh, no, it's not ideal, Reds. This is not ideal. Yeah? It's also not how it's done. Not when you're saving lives at sea by finding your position, by triangulating with a flat baseline. That's how it's done in practical application. Nobody's tunneling through chord lines. It's not ideal. Go ahead.
You can see on that picture there now, where I said earlier that the angle he would take, even if we assumed you're on a ball and you're going to take a tangent, look at the tangent line that AA would form. It cuts through the angle A, about half the tangent. So how is he ascertaining this angle? You see, we've gone from reality where we'd have half of A at best, of the angle measured off a flat plane, which he would then approximate to that spherical surface. But then look at what he does. He just adds a load of degrees based on where his tunnel is. Now, his tunnel is based on one fundamental thing, and that's R.
Yeah, it's not nominal. I mean,
and this is just putting a flat Earth elevation angle into ballnomics. Yeah, that's all he's done now. He's tried to, but at the point, the only measurement was the flat Earth elevation angle. The rest is presumptive supposition. I said based on R, based on things, based on a tunnel we can never build, based on being able to look through the tunnel, and all these things. This is not based on that. This is total ball fantasy.
Meanwhile, on screen, you've got a sextant. If you have lost your position at sea and you've got an almanac and you know where those sun in this example or stars at night are above the land, you can triangulate your position by establishing a horizontal baseline between you and that star or sun in this example on screen. There's no tunneling through Earth. I mean, utterly absurd. I mean, why he would do this with R assumed? Where did you get that A to E value there, Red? I mean, I'm a little bit confused about why you'd suddenly be taking an angle that you measured off a flat surface and depicted on a grid that was flat as being marked A to E with a radial value out between these points in the centre of Earth. Where was that value gathered from? A to E, otherwise known as R. Where'd you get that, Reds?
We have angle M, and we have the length of our baseline.
No, you don't. Nobody's at M measuring that angle. Yeah? You think some guy's out in this position here? No. What you do have is a guy here. But suddenly what is only a couple of degrees off the surface of your curvy Earth that you're not using. But the angle that you've actually got goes through the ground. It's just so stupid, Red. This is really bad.
We now have...
So what's this? Baseline? So do you think this is a baseline? Maybe you need to look up what a baseline is, Red. A minute ago, you were calling it a chord. And so was Astronomy Live. But now it's a baseline. Can someone dig out at a pinch a definition of a baseline? Contextualised, obviously. But I'm pretty much certain that we're not going to find giant tunnel through sphere Earth assumption as the definition of a baseline there, Reds.
Have everything we need to find the distance.
Everything we need, a tunnel through Earth, that's not ideal. If you're saying you need that and you've got it, let me be the first to correct you, Reds. No, you haven't got this tunnel through fucking Earth. You've got that, have you? You've got everything you need. You come back to me when you got this here tunnel. You stupid clown. Because what you're actually looking at, if this guy is at A, he's basically flat on his bloody belly measuring this angle. Oh, no, it goes through Earth. My bad. Is this guy, was he lying on his belly? Yeah? It wasn't. It's just that wider angle when it's a sphere. It goes through Earth, obviously. The tunnel. We've got everything we need. We've tunneled.
Between Astronomy Live and the planet Mars.
You've got everything you need. You've got your tunnel between the two of them. Oh my God, Red. I think if you repeat it, that'll give me another opportunity to point out how stupid it is for you to say you've got everything you need. You've got the guy on his belly measuring this angle that isn't the angle because it goes through the tunnel that you've made through Earth. It's not a giant inconvenience. It's not that it's not ideal. You've got everything you need. Right, son?
And we will do so with this equation.
We will we? Okay. Well, where'd you get R? You know, you're going to need that. This value here. Yeah? A to E. Where'd you get that? We're going to need that first. We're going to need to break down all of this equation, Red. You know, first of all, I'd need to know why the hell are we assuming this ball Earth bollocks? I mean, I know the guy on from Astronomy Live was like, well, obviously, if you're looking at this and seeing a triangle, well, then you're not realising the inconvenient truth of the bendy lines. Right, Red? Yeah? Is that what we're doing?
Solving this out, we get a value of 80,980,483.62 kilometers.
Wow. You'll just need R to get that. And you'll need a tunnel through Earth. And a tunnel to the centre. Yeah, you'll need all of those things to give you X. That's a big problem, really, Reds. I mean, the number's very large and, you know, maybe you're overcompensating for something that we don't know about, but that's okay. You will need R first. Let's get that absolutely clear. I mean, it's not like I've been saying it to you personally. It's not like I've got a slide with alligators eating your logo, the R value, because of this very point. But you just keep begging that question, Red. You know, you just keep inserting it. It's not like this is a tired old dog that I've had you over a barrel for about 6 or 7 years or anything like that. You're going to need R for that astronomical value that you wanked over there, Red.
Our next step is to get a value for the angular diameter of Mars.
No, you'll need an R value first. You know, your sphere Earth assumption that you put all these stupid angles in with the guy on his belly suddenly, getting a teeny tiny angle, but going, no, it's really big. Goes down to the tunnel, Red, Doug. He's got everything he needs. Right, Red? Now you'll need this your logo, right? R, you'll need that. Radius of Earth, you'll need that. It was on the diagram, you know, with you drawing A to E. I mean, I don't know where you got that value from, but you'll need that.
And thankfully, this is very straight.
Nathan.
Go ahead.
Just a quick numbers check. So he's come up with 80 million miles.
I didn't write down the number. Sorry.
Is that right, guys? Because I'm just looking here, just in their model. It says the average distance is 140 million miles. I'm not sure if he's chuffed that his 80 million is near to 140 million, or a factor of 2 out almost. I'm not sure what's been claimed then.
What you're saying is, not only is he assuming R, putting angles in the centre of hell with the radial value that he hasn't measured, and he's got a tunnel through Earth between two people and a guy lying on his belly getting a tiny little angle that's actually a much bigger angle because it goes down to the centre of Earth. Also, he's fucked up the maths entirely and doesn't even comport with his globe Earth assumption in the first instance. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm trying to get out. Yeah, it's actually kilometres. So just trying to get the number. 54 million kilometres. Wiki's saying that, so I've gone to that. So even there, 54 million, he's still 33% out, isn't he? It's not very good. Even if I'm being kind and saying 54 million is close to 80 million. What have we proved there? That the maths doesn't work to give you an accurate number then?
It's 81 million kilometres is what he's got. 80980,483.62 kilometres.
Right. So I've got Mars. It says distance to Earth, 54.6 million kilometres. Just from there.
Red, you messed that one up good and proper. I mean, even when you did assume everything, even with no restraints on your own video, you still managed to ball steer up. Oh, what a disgrace to Globers. I mean, like I say, their standards are very low, fast and loose. It's a big number. He said it with a load of emphasis. That's good enough for Red, right?
483.62 kilometers.
And totally wrong. Well done.
Our next step is to get a value for the angular diameter of Mars.
Angular diameter? Okie dokie. Now, angular measurements you're going to need a flat plane for.
And thankfully, this is very straightforward.
If you've got a flat plane to level tools that you'll use.
After we captured our first image of Mars, which had diffraction spikes, we removed the diffraction mask from the NexStar 11 telescope. We also adjusted the exposure to make sure we could define Mars in the image. Well, after taking this new image of Mars, and with the scale already known from the previous capture...
Sorry, what scale did you already know? Pretty sure that your scaling values were given to you by Kepler. His third law of interplanetary motion with an assumption made by Christian Huygens of Venus being Earth's twin. But you're saying the last capture gave you the scale? Really? I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the case there, Ed.
Captures, we then used
a pixel-based scale.
Not actual size scale. Isn't this where we started?
So we're either going to take a sextant or an optical device and measure its angular size in the sky. Surely we're not going to take a picture and apply a previous scale from another picture to define what the angular size is from the picture.
Yes, it seems so. I have to say it again. I've said it before. I'll end up saying it in the future. Reds, you're thick. It's a not actual size. Do you understand? Apparent size, meaning not actual size. But you've got the scale, have you? Really? Wow, Reds. Earlier, I incorrectly ascribed the description of, quote, formidable opponent. Oh, how wrong I was. Either I had rose-tinted glasses when I was far more ignorant than now, or your standards have slipped considerably. One is true. I don't know which. I'm probably going to go with the rose-tinted glasses. What I thought seemed intelligent because I was wowed by the big numbers was actually just you presenting incorrect big numbers. But not actual size changes. But you've got the scale, son. Okie dokie.
Geometry to measure its angular diameter directly. This revealed...
You're measuring its angular diameter directly, are you? You're getting the not actual size diameter directly? Okay. Righty-o there, Reds. You carry on there, son. You're doing a great job.
That on the night of December 4th, 2022, Mars had an angular diameter...
A not actual size diameter?
...of 0.00487,558 degrees.
That would be a not actual size. A degree measurement, Reds. Are you really this stupid? Yes, you are. It was rhetorical. I realise he's not here.
Now that we have the angular diameter of Mars and the distance to Mars, we can figure out the actual size of Mars thanks to the law of perspective.
Oh, what? Thanks to the law of not actual size, we can figure out the not actual size. Okay.
So we rearrange our equation to find G, we plug in our values, we crunch them out, and we get a value of 6,891.028099 kilometers. Next, we will look at the historical...
Okay, so...
Well, you go first, Adam.
We've derived that number by multiplying by 18 million kilometers. I'm still looking to try and validate this. I can't. The 56 million is the closest it's ever been, but again, space.com says the average is 142 million miles, which is 228 million kilometers. I don't understand where they've pulled this number from, why they've pulled this 80 million number. It's not something that is happening. The 54 it's saying is a theoretical, but hasn't ever happened yet because the orbits haven't matched up. So they're quoting an average of 140. So to use 80 million in your maths to prove R just seems just invalid. Do you know what I mean? You know, if we backwork this somehow so that we do come out with an a number that seems to fit Mars's diameter, because that would be the only way, is to do the back calculations to end up with a strange number like 80 million to then get your diameter. I assume that's close to Mars's diameter, otherwise they wouldn't have published this. But this is just, I'd say, it's not valid, is it? Because you're using a number that's not commensurate with their model, so that you can use your shitty maths that they won't use to give you an R value that's close to their R value. That's what that smells like to me.
My question is, he said law of perspective. Now, in the orthographic view, as we know, things don't shrink in size with the law of perspective that he wants to use here. Am I right about that?
In his maths, there is no perspective.
Right. So here he is citing the law of perspective, vanishing point convergence. But when it comes to showing the orthographic view and the globe math that goes with it, the building is the same size, whether it's a million miles away or if it's right in front of you. Is he this doublespeak?
Historical data of Mars at opposition. Here we see that Mars opposition happens on a sort of regular basis, and if you were to track the number of days between one opposition to the next, you would get a table like the one seen here. So we looked at the data from the year 1958 to the year 2022.
With the assumption of orbital mechanics.
And after entering the days between oppositions in a spreadsheet, we found an average of 779.93 days.
There's your average. He's got it from this. This is where he's back engineered it from, Adam.
Between oppositions. Since we know how many days are in a year on Earth and the number of days from one opposition to the next on average, we can figure out an orbital period of Mars through the following equation.
An orbital period? Hold on, weren't you measuring its angle? So the angle and the arc of the tool that it would move through has turned from the arc of the tool that you measured, the difference in the sky, to an orbital motion because Kepler. No other reason, just Kepler. Kepler says they're falling.
I got something.
Go on.
I got something. Sorry about that. It may be pedantic, but somebody just said he cited the law of perspective. Did he now?
No.
Where did he do that?
No.
I want to see it.
I'm sorry. He mentioned it, but with no citation. But what I meant was he's referencing it when all the other times they don't want to reference it. So it's the whole doublespeak.
I'd like to see somebody reference it. Is my
Well, he
point. But it's pedantic. You can move on.
So to make life simple, I added that equation into our spreadsheet and I entered in my two values. After the spreadsheet did its job, it gave me a value for the Martian year of 1.8796 Earth years. But we are not done looking at the historical data, because we need to find the angular size of Mars at its furthest point during opposition and its closest point.
So you're going to take the not actual size and give us the actual distance. I see. Same objection as last time.
During opposition. Well, after some searching, I found this measurement from Martin Marberly. He measured an angular size of 13.9 arc seconds. In this image from Frank J. Melillo, we see that he measured an angular size of 25.1 arc seconds. So for Mars, we have 13.9 arc seconds at its furthest point during opposition.
No, you've got an angular measurement of it. Not at its furthest point, just you've got an angular size measurement. That's a not actual size measurement.
And 25.1 arc seconds at its closest point during opposition.
Again, yeah, but for your orbital assumptions from Kepler, you've only got not actual size measurements. That's it.
Feeding both of these figures into the law of perspective formula.
Oh, okay, here we go, QE.
Along with the value we found for the actual size of Mars.
Apparently the law of perspective formula is on screen.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd like to see that cited. And the definition of the law of perspective, both of those.
Adam, can you help us out? Where in this formula is the law of perspective?
I was just looking at some of the bits. Have a little look.
We're going to stay alive, so normally I wouldn't allow this sort of dead air, but in this instance, I'm going to.
I'm a little behind. I'm just checking the arc seconds of stuff, which I can see what they've done here. They've taken the quote. There's no way they could have measured that 0.006. They had to just fudge the numbers to get it, which is what they've done. And I don't want to go into too much detail. They've gone that, but they've back worked it. So I've just gone and had a little look, and it is 0.00. It's outside of theirs, but the range is 0.006944, which is 25 arc seconds, which is the biggest. So this is where they're pulling these numbers from. It's all a back working, but I think what he's probably just been talking about is, with regards to law of perspective, is angular size distance, which is that little triangle with the eye looking out to Mars, which is geometry. But it is, again, it's not even, it doesn't even work on terrestrial stuff, but it's wholly not applicable for celestial objects, angular size distance. Yeah, these are apparent sizes. When we do angular size calculations at distance, we're talking things like looking at Blackpool Tower and saying, look at its angular size as we look at it. But this again comes to the fundamental point of how you define that angular size. And you measure it from the point of the observer, not what they're doing, which is taking a photograph and then getting a pixel guesstimate from it. You can't do that. You probably could do that, mess about with the pixels to come out with the right number you're doing, which is what I would probably accuse them of. But you can't use a photograph and then use this angular size calculator for terrestrial things on celestial objects. I'm done.
We get a distance D1 of 56,630,353.7122 kilometers. And we get a distance D2 of 102,260,250.3029 kilometers. And this is it. After all this work...
Total nonsense. Not
Yeah,
actual sizes don't give you that. Go ahead, whoever those.
Yeah, so this disagrees with what I've just researched. So they've got that 56 lot, still not the 80. They're going to try and get to 80, aren't they? But as I said, this 56, this from space.com saying that's not happened yet. It's not like every year it lines up with this. It's the summation of the orbits that the theoretical 56 should come out. So this claim in of itself, from what I've just read, is it doesn't happen. If you see what I mean, within the year, the perihelion and aphelion aren't necessarily occurring like that. In fact, the 56 one has yet to occur, is what the statement I just read. So this is, again, theoretical nonsense to, I'm assuming, to pull some kind of 80 million out. But I just want to quote it again. The distances, that's not what he's saying. They're saying the average distance is 140 million kilometers. So I'm not sure how they've taken that picture that's on screen to derive the D1 and D2 distances. Because that's assuming they're always in that synchronous space, isn't it? This is nonsense, yeah? Because what happens if Mars is over one side of the sun and the Earth the other? So these distances they're not real, are they? They're just the two differences on two theoretical orbits that don't ever match up to give you the two distances. Sorry, I'm kind of thinking
We are
this on
finally
the fly.
ready to find the distance to the sun. We found that the orbital period of Mars is...
So we found the distance to the sun. When we begged the question of orbits,
1.8796 Earth years. We also verified Kepler's third law thanks...
Do we? What, when we assume orbits in the first instance? Circular reasoning much? So when orbits, we affirm orbits. Because that's what Kepler's law is. Yeah? So you started with the orbits, looked at them through the mind's eye of having orbits, and then confirmed Kepler's orbits. I see. Yeah, that's called begging the question, otherwise known as circular reasoning.
We've also forgot the initial disclaimers. that they made with regards to Kepler's laws that these orbits are elliptical, and but we'll be drawing circles. And their on-screen stuff is based on circles. So just one R value, not a maximum and minimal R values.
Good
which
point.
Is what,
Sorry, I jumped on the wrong thing, Adam. Yeah, so we confirmed the Kepler-based elliptical orbit. Oh, we didn't, did we? We confirmed them as circular, contrary to his elliptical ideas to confirm when Easter would be for the church. But we've confirmed them with circles, which aren't ellipses, when we begged the question of them. So it was just so he could say that if orbits, then orbits, when these aren't elliptical. Okay, gotcha, Reds, gotcha. Yeah, what a shower of shit.
Thanks to Astronomy Live. So we can figure
Let's just put sunglasses on, Kepler. You are such a dweeb.
out a distance between Mars and the Sun in terms of Earth's orbital radius.
If orbits, then orbits that aren't elliptical. Okay, gotcha.
So to find this value, it would be the cubed root of p to the second. Therefore, the distance between Mars and the Sun in terms of Earth's orbital radius.
Right. So this is confirming the orbits. So if we've got a confirmed orbital radius, you haven't. You've got Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion. Says it on the title of this. Right at the top there, Kepler's third law. Yeah. So a circular reasoning discussion on how you'll beg the question of Kepler's third law. Gotcha.
Is the cubed root of 1.8796 to the second. This comes out to...
Sorry, did you say I am the law?
I said, why are they allowed to call it a law?
Oh, fast and loose, Neil. When you're a globe believer, you can call dropping things an experiment. You can call garbage from Kepler at the behest of the church a law. Why not?
1.523069 times Earth's orbital radius.
Okay, you'll need to know that then. Right, you'll need Earth's radius first, won't you? Because Earth's orbital period is based on Venus having the same radial value as Earth to give you the scaling values in Kepler's third law. So, yeah, for any of these numbers, you'll need Earth's radius. I did ask for it earlier. I think I've been asking for it for about 6 years from Reds. I mean, not recently. He's disappeared from my site because he knows I'll ask him for R. So, confirming the R-based for scale, third law from Kepler. I see. You're going to need R for that, though, aren't you, Reds? Quick shout out to Elvis Kaforvik, who says, I guess you're going to have to kick out distance to the sun question from the housekeeping. I'm thinking no, Elvis. But I do really appreciate your support. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Sorry, someone was trying to get a word in.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Neil.
Yeah, why don't they call it Kepler's third assumption of interplanetary motion? Why
Neil,
is it allowed to be called a law?
You can have that. That is now yours. Neil Cosentino coined the phrase Kepler's assumption of interplanetary motion. Yeah. That's what it is.
So let's rewrite this as 1.523069R, where R is the distance between Earth and the Sun.
Based on scaling values given to you by Christian Huygens, after assuming the scales in Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion, which isn't circular, at the behest of the church, it was made elliptical. You haven't confirmed anything, you've just described your begging the question fallacy to your audience.
And the distance we are trying to find.
Trying to find it, you've already assumed it because you've got Kepler's third law and Huygens' assumption of an Earth that has the same R value as Venus.
The orbital diameter of Mars would be 2 times that value.
No, you'll need an R value for Venus and Earth.
And of course, the orbital diameter of Earth
would be dependent also on Earth's radial value.
Be 2R.
Really? So you'll need R?
So this becomes our final equation.
Now this is all bollocks. Nonsense. From a religious fundamentalist zealot who thinks that his maths proves the world he's living in. In fact, the world he's living in is proved and confirmed by these maths. By the way, we're just going to ignore the elliptical bit. Just so we're all clear that Reds is incompetent when he says, we have confirmed the orbital motions of Kepler. Oh, really? Did you confirm the bit he added for the church when they needed to know when Easter was? These look pretty circular to me, Dumbo. But you're confirming he was right? With the elliptical bit excluded. Gotcha. Well done, wanker. You're thick as shit.
2 times 1.523069.
But let's just keep babbling on with loads of numbers.
R equals 2R plus D1 plus D2. Since we already have a value for D1 and D2, let's add them together. Our equation is now this.
Oh God, this
Solving
is
the left
boring.
side, our equation becomes
We're
this.
talking about R2D2. I want to hear this.
Yeah, I don't. It's just sucking the will to live out of me. You're so boring.
We minus 2R on both sides. Our equation becomes 1.046137R equals 158,890,604.015292.
Wow! I mean, if I got excited over big numbers, I would climax right now. Unfortunately, I don't. I find this utterly tedious. Sorry, no offense, Adam.
Finally, we rearrange to find R, and we get 151,803,157.2 kilometers.
So, when did you get Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion confirmation and Huygens' assumption of the R-base value for Venus to give you scales and the R-base value for Earth, not measured in the diagram with your tunnel? Did you get any of those things, Red? It's not like it's been an insignificant period that I've been asking you for it, but it's never a good a time to remind you of my asking now, is there? Any evidence of R, Red? No? No, just assuming it. Assuming that R is confirmed in the planetary motions that doesn't have ellipses in your example that's being confirmed by this, with your assumption intact, of R, that you haven't given me. I mean, last person I asked was Charles, Flat Earth Math. And he had to lie and say he never needed to assume R. It wasn't even required. Only to give several examples that assumed R, like you are doing here, Reds. So maybe you could punt up some of the R evidence I've been asking for? Maybe? No? No, moving on. I'll just assume it.
We have just found the distance to the sun.
No, you haven't, you stupid clown. We ask for it daily. If this was an actual evidence for the distance to the sun, you'd be rubbing it in our face. It wouldn't be a housekeeping question anymore. You'd be here punting this. No, you put it out to your channel. Yeah, to your Circle Jerk fundies. We'll respond to it without you being here, Eds. No worries. Maybe you'll get a bit triggered and come like Dell did. Maybe you won't. Maybe you'll do a response video and point out how it's perfectly acceptable to assume R and assume Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion. And assume chord line tunnels through the surface of Earth that isn't conducive. You know, it's not entirely convenient when you're measuring flat planes. You know, you can respond to all those things. Obviously, in person, you'd get the same treatment as Dell also, which is to be called stupid to your face. Metaphorically speaking, through the internet. Of course, you wouldn't show your face. You're an utter coward. So did you just leave this number? Was it worth the 7 seconds of transition with this giant number on screen? Was it enough time for you to climax? Or for all the people watching to climax? You know, get the tissues away. We'll leave it on a little bit longer.
I would like to take this moment to thank some people who made this video possible.
Are you having me on? Sorry, is this an 80s fitness video?
First, I would like to thank Astronomy Live.
Certainly looks like an 80s fitness video.
Without his help, this video would not exist.
Come on, girls,
So,
keep it pumping.
Thank you, Astronomy Live, for your hours of work on this project. Thank you for double-checking the math. And thank you for allowing me to borrow your LX200 telescope for this project.
And left, and right, and
I would
up,
like to thank
and down.
Poselaw on Twitter, who made the diagrams for this video.
Work it,
Your
girls.
artistic talent definitely came in handy for this project. You increased the production value of this video many times over. And
Keep the
for
energy
that,
high.
I thank you for your awesome work.
And
I would like to
up,
thank
down,
C and
up,
Luke of
and
Denver,
down, and
Colorado. Thank you for allowing me to be a guest in your home for the few days I was there for this observation. Your
Let's hear it from
hospitality
Mr.
was second to
Motivator.
none. You made me feel welcome, and I hope to hang out again soon.
Go on, girls, keep the
I
energy
would
up.
like to thank MartyMeer81, not just for his contribution in this video, but for inspiring me to make content like this through his educational yet hilarious videos. A link to Marty Meer's channel will be listed down below, and I highly recommend you check his stuff out. Of course, I have to thank Cool Hard Logic for being the original inspiration for this video. Back in 2013, he posted a video where he explained how one could measure the distance to the sun.
Oh, really? I think we'll have to respond to Cool Hard Logic's video about how he measured elevation angle measurements of a flat plane also. Maybe how he used the celestial sphere in the equatorial plane. Maybe we'll cover Cool Hard Logic too. But let's keep the energy going, girls, and up and down
And clearly,
and
it had a lot of influence on this project. Ever since I saw that video, I have always wanted to try it out in reality, and I count myself as extremely fortunate that I have been given the opportunity to do so. So once again, a big thank you to Cool Hard Logic. Finally, I would like to thank all of you for watching this video. So be sure to hit like, be sure to hit subscribe, be sure to comment down below for the algorithm, and share this video everywhere. With that, my name is Red. This has been his Rhetoric, and as always, have a good night.
And he would fail third grade geometry.
When did he try it out with reality? I'd like to know when.
I enjoyed it. I feel physically refreshed. I feel motivated.
Well, he did it with his Celestial BR5496 Foxtrot Celestron L20 telescope. Didn't you hear him?
Oh, it was quite moist now, I've got to be honest. Shout out to Elvis Kaforgic. He gives me a super chat with the sticker on it and no words. Just keep it up, it says. No, it does have words. Keep it up. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. Right, any comments? We're going to the
Yes, Red loves his nomenclatures. Did you listen to him throughout the video? That's what was cracking me up. His BR549 Celestron 11 explosive space modulator telescope. you hear how he did it every single time. Like it provides some veracity to his third grade loss of acumen in geometry.
Well, it does.
His radius values get to 0.000567. Yeah, that makes a big difference. You got elevation angles from a curved baseline, sunshine, in the beginning. You're toast. You and astronomy dead would fail. Literally. Intro to third grade geometry. Thanks.
Change the tunnel as well.
Did you see Astronomy Live was cited? I put a picture in Master D.
Really? I've just got the picture of the.
Oh no, scroll down because he had to get to the cord somehow.
Okay, I got Globe Burger, and then I got another Globe Burger with a pimple. What do we call that one? Dingleberry. Then we've got a celestial sphere with the dome of the heavens with a dinghy. Then we've got another equatorial plane with the celestial sphere wrapped around it. Then another Dingleberry Earth. Then an angle from a curved baseline. Then your horizon line with the perspective view as a semicircle or a hemisphere. Then we've got the transposition of tangent plane angles to the center of a celestial horizon. And then finally, we've got a mole.
Question is, how do you get that Celestron 4625, whatever it was, down below that hole?
It was BR549.
With the mole. That's what the mole's for, right?
Yeah, but that hole isn't big enough for the equipment. It's just for the mole.
I don't know how big Red is. He might be very small. Anyway, that was fun. Took 3 shows to get through one video from Red's 45-minute videos from an anti-flat earther. Normally, I wouldn't really appreciate that, but there was a whole bunch of other numpties. And right at the end, he threw a whole load of other YouTube videographers under the bus in thanks for the video. Great job, Reds.
Yeah, they're stuck in math hell. They just stay stuck there.
No, they're not in hell. They all would fail intro to third grade geometry. Every single one of them. Cold hard logic, Hoag's law, Mortimer the moron. I can't believe he put that idiot up. Unbelievable.
I see that as math hell. They're always just digging into these presuppositional, fooling and moving around with mathematical conceptions, all based on the presuppositions, and that's all they do. They just keep dwelling.
Not based on presuppositions. Didn't you remember the beginning of the video where they were taking elevation angles off a curved surface? You watch that?
It was 3 days ago. That's the problem.
Actually, they keep proving a flat Earth because they keep drawing a baseline.
Right, but they try to avoid that part of reality in favor of their mind experiment that they keep dwelling in.
Alrighty then.
No, I see it a bit differently. I'm on the phone. Sorry, guys. I'm driving somewhere, but it's so obvious that they're missing it, but they're proving a flat Earth. This is it's hard to explain, but this is the mind-numbing. How can you put it? Hypnosis they're under by the bias of all the programming over these years with sci-fi movies and pictures of globes everywhere. And so they have to stay there. But then when they want to describe it, they keep showing a flat Earth, but it's not hitting them that they have to use a flat Earth to prove a globe.
Right, because they blind themselves on purpose. It's willing ignorance. They're doing the same shtick as they did 6-7 years ago. It's exactly the same level because they don't adapt to our findings, because just recognizing any of that makes them unable to continue the process that they started 6-7 years ago. So they're just not listening. They're ignoring us like politicians do when they're up to something. And we can just point out all the flaws perfectly succinctly, and they probably see that we do that, but they're just not going to recognize that that's real. Like in any form. They're not even going to let it burden them in a direct sense. Not when they're arguing about it.
So one of the advantages of having a working computer now is I've been able to do a load of editing work instead of testing computers. Did you want to hear a little bit of the most recent edited video I've done? I know QE likes to steal them before I've even published them, but...
Go ahead, and then we'll get to my claim right after it.
It's the kind of idiotic nonsense we get from ballers where they think that throwing bottles out of windows are experiments, not setting up a hypothesis and validating it through variation of a presumed cause and effect you saw in nature. This effect is a manufactured effect that idiots would develop by throwing things out of windows. These are man-made effects that are then questioned after they've made them. I mean, the effect would be that we can ignore the clouds like Jimmy told us.
You're on task here, wee knob. I'm going to show it. Scared of the conversation. You're terrified to actually have a discussion about this. You're so triggered, son. It's beyond belief. Absolute knob end. Just wait till you get shown his wee contradictory, hypocritical statements. You fall into the trap so easily. You absolute woman.
Yeah, is your outrageous claim that the ground I'm standing on is moving up? It's a simple yes or no question to move the discussion forward.
I mean, this is Nathan's tag.
It's just you stuttering, sunshine.
Oh, go and change your tampon.
No, stop stuttering and just say yes or no. Earth moving up, Jimmy?
That's why things go back to the earth.
What, like clouds? Like clouds?
Never mind clouds. That's why things go back to the earth. Never mind clouds. I'm just trying to be an honest man. You're a plastic prick. Never mind clouds.
Meanwhile, Dell is definitely not proving Earth is moving up or supplying evidence for Earth moving up or providing positive claims to back his assertion that is utterly outrageous. The Earth's moving up. He hasn't got that. What he's got is to come and do this. Yeah? Cause a bit of chaos. Start swearing and lying about quotes rather than proving his outrageous claim that Earth moves up. That is something he is not doing.
Never mind clouds. Keep talking, Nathan. Keep it coming, son. I love it.
Okay, excellent. Dell is a complete idiot, deceiving his audience and conning money out of them and conning them out of their time and generally conning them with lies, like he's lied about me. When asked to prove Earth moves up, which is utterly outrageous, he mutters and fumbles around his mic and gets a brew from his wife. That's what Dell's doing. That's his standards. Say he's going to expose me. Yeah, after apologising initially. What? That's what you've got to prove Earth moves up? It's pathetic, Del. You're an embarrassment. I think you're stupid and I laugh at you. Sorry, I thought you wanted more. You're enjoying this, right, Del? I laugh at you because of how stupid I think you are with your upward moving Earth and your arguments that you think you're going to win with arguments about how people behave like you've done here to prove Earthward moving up. No? You think exposing me is proving that, do you, Dumbo? It's laughable. It's stupid. And I think your audience are idiotic for watching you. The fact that they haven't all abandoned you is embarrassing for them. They should all be unsubscribing from you for how stupid you are. You're lowering their intelligence level when they listen to you and your absurd claims about Earth moving up, Del, which are thick. I think you should get lost with your stupid claims. Stop poisoning an audience. I mean, I don't care. You know, do what you like on your own bloody channel. I'm glad that a lot of them don't come here because they're clearly too dumb to be here, like you are too dumb to be here. Stupid,
They just see you for what you are. They just see you for what you are, Nathan. You're a clown. You don't have a clue what you're talking about, son. You're low.
I'm not talking about I've got no claim here, Del. You're the one claiming Earth moves up, clown shoes.
Never mind clouds. Well, let me. If you were able to have an actual discussion, you would know the reasoning behind that.
If I were able, which part of the stutter and incoherent fragment of a sentence did you want me to answer, Del? Yeah, you're a stuttering clown shoes, Del. That's what you've been reduced to here. That's correct.
Nathan, see when you see me in person, we'll see who's stuttering, son.
Are you threatening me now, are you, sunshine, rather than offering proof for Earth moves up? He's disseminated to I'll punch you. Right? We'll see you stuttering. Del, if you're in front of me, I'd laugh in your face. Like, literally, to the point where my saliva would be spreading on you because of how much I was laughing at how stupid your face was in person when I told you how absurd your claim was, right looking at you in the eye and laughing while I did it. And I'd hope you punched me as a result. Yeah? I'd hope you punched me. To show everyone around that rather than providing some evidence for your Earth moving up, you've got your anger to show for it. That's all you've got.
Do you know my position, Neil? Do you know why I'm in the...
Do I know that you're stuttering while I understand that we should ignore the clouds going up? Sorry, you want to move on with the discussion, Del? Yes, I understand. You want to get back into it. Yeah, we got to the point where you told me, when you lied about a quote I hadn't said, that we should ignore the clouds going up. That was your last position in the discussion that you want to get away from with ad homs. That's where we're at.
Nathan, you keep denying.
You keep stuttering when I get back on track. Where we're at is clouds being ignored because they go up. That's what you told me last.
Because you're interrupting continually. That's why, you keep making these claims and you've made them several times.
No, you stated in rebuttal that we should ignore the clouds going up. Those were your words.
Bitch, I wasn't finished speaking, bitch, okay?
I heard what you said. I'm getting us back on to what you said when you told me explicitly to ignore the clouds. Yeah, they taste. That's my balls, Del. Would I be stuttering in person? No, Del, I'd be right up in your ugly mug telling you you're stupid. And you wouldn't be able to do a damn thing about it while I laughed at you, my friend. Sigh? Is that what you got? You're going to sigh at me? Where we're at is you telling me that we're going to ignore the clouds, right, Del?
Never mind clouds.
But you were calling me a bitch a moment ago, weren't you, Del? Seems like cat got your tongue there. A minute ago, I was a bitch who would be scared and stuttering in person. No, Del. You'd be my bitch, I'd be laughing at you, so would the crowds around you while you quake, with your fist balled up, praying to have the courage to punch me, and praying that you kill me with the first one.
Some rational person could mute Nathan, but we get on a lot better because a woman with irrational fucking...
A woman wouldn't be telling me about the clouds being ignored. All right, go ahead, whoever that was. I was waiting.
Could y'all elaborate? I have no clue what he's talking about, or what y'all are talking about.
Oh, Dal thinks Earth rises up. It's just stupid.
Dell thinks the Earth.
Yeah, you heard me.
Dell, what the fuck are you talking about?
I just told you. The guy with the Scottish accent thinks Earth rises up.
Well, I'd like to hear it from the man himself.
Yeah, sorry. I can't
Is
do
that
it.
okay? Is that okay?
You could go and find him out, but that's just a recording that I spent many hours editing of him coming here and telling us about his ideas about Earth moving up. Yes.
You ready
Dell,
for
could you be concise?
Could I be concise about what?
No, Dell. Could Dell be concise?
No, oh, definitely not. Sorry, I understand what you're asking now. No, I mean, I tried to peg him down on the... He was struggling to just say, yeah, I think Earth moves up. That is his primary claim, but he struggled to just state that.
Because he was afraid to make a claim.
Hold on, whoever's talking from Beatles. Go ahead, 50.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying you go ahead. I was shutting them up.
I've never heard anybody say that. I really don't know what that means. Like, he thinks it's like jumping? I don't get it.
What do you mean you don't get it? I thought you were a globe believer.
But I don't get it. What does he mean? Earth is moving up.
Yeah, like Einstein.
Earth's in orbit.
Like Einstein.
Right.
I take it you're unfamiliar with pseudo descriptions of four space-time when Einstein describes you in a 0G, but falling being 1G. So therefore, when you're moving towards the ground, it's actually in Einsteinian mechanical terms the ground moving up towards you. I mean, that's a globe Earth concept I would expect you to understand. He's just taken that and transposed it into a flat plane idea of Earth moving up. Equally absurd. You know, it's just amusing to me that you think it's absurd when it's actually Einstein's also his idea, but you would be in, you know.
Well, after you explain it, I understand what's going on. But
does it seem less silly now? I've said it's Einstein and attached to a globe. Is it less silly now? It's attached to a globe.
No, not really.
It's very silly, both on a globe and a flat Earth, to say that we're rising up. The Earth's rising up 9.8 meters per second squared. You'd say it's silly, even as a globe believer. You think Einstein's silly.
It's pretty extraordinary. I mean, I don't know if I'd call it silly, but extraordinary.
I'd call it silly. Einstein's stupid notion of pseudo-4 space-time. It's absurd. No, the ground's not rushing up to meet me if I jump off a building, for the sake of argument.
Are you claiming to be, of superior intellect?
Did those words cross my lips?
Well, I mean, if you're claiming to, usurp Einstein, I would think that you would think that
usurp.
You're some kind of
take over the turf.
Stop it! Okay. Look, he might have to stop just because he's used a. Don't do it to him. Yeah, he's used a word out of context. Don't worry about it. Just let it slide. No, I'm not trying to usurp him. Yes, I know that's not what he meant. Go ahead. Everyone else, just stop interrupting him. Let him get to the end of his point. Go ahead, Fiddy, or however you say it.
He didn't have a point.
No, his point was that
That's his IQ, Fiddy.
No, he did have a point.
I mean, I think usurp's fitting.
Regardless of whether or not usurp is fitting, you're saying you believe you're smarter than Einstein. That's the essence of what you're saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I'm just showing where Einstein's wrong. For example, describing a pseudo-geometry with Earth rising up is ludicrous. I mean, the clue's in the title. It's pseudo, like sham, fake, fraud. That's Einstein's title for Einstein's geometry that describes the Earth moving up at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's a pseudo-geometry. But you're saying when I describe what he describes as pseudo, that I'm somehow, flexing my intellectual prowess by doing that? No, I'm just describing it as what it is. Pseudo-nonsense. Even Einstein knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm more smart than Einstein. I'm just saying that the pseudo-geometry that the sphere Earth you believe in is just that pseudo. Like a sham, fake, nonsense. Absurd.
Damn, I'm crushed.
Not by gravity.
Very crushed.
Definitely not by gravity. It's not a force. Not in Einsteinian pseudo-mechanics.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I'm impressed you guys are still at this. I would think that y'all have moved on to something else, but that's not a knock. That's
Oh, we have. We have moved on. What do you mean? We haven't. There's always something new. The good thing about this subject matter is that it's evergreen. There's always something new. There's always something to point you towards how Earth is provably flat. At the moment, it's elevation angle measurements. So in Red's video, prior to you getting here, we were discussing how Reds utilises measurements off a flat Earth to then bend the lines to stop them being angles to infer that there's spherical trig involved. That's something new. When you say you're surprised we're here, there's always something new on a flat Earth. Everything, all roads lead to a flat Earth. It's fascinating stuff.
What's spherical trig? What is that?
All roads lead to a flat Earth. I'd have to say that's a globe Earth thing.
Really? Give me an example. Give me an example of where, I don't know, anything has started its origins in a globe.
Give me an example of what?
I say all roads lead to flat Earth. That is, you start an investigation into something, and then you very quickly find that the origins of it are a flat Earth. I mean, I gave you an example already with Reds. Yeah? He's talking about distances and angular, not actual size measurements to Mars from Kepler's third law. Well, all of the derivation lines that he's describing come from systems that have been measured to the stars off a flat plane. So in that instance, that's a road that I can describe to you very quickly. Nice little shortcut you've got from me. Hope you're grateful. To the flat Earth road from Red's rhetoric to a flat plane being measured. That's all roads leading to a flat Earth, like I've already exampled now twice. I'm saying, could you give me an example of where maybe something life-saving, like navigation in that example, has an origin in a globe? Can you give me an example to counter my flat Earth origin story in the form of elevation angle measurements? Could you give me one that starts with the globe?
Sure. The nautical mile is based on essentially. The nautical mile is the foundation for all navigation on Earth.
No, that's a flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris. It's a differential in terms of your 60 nautical miles. That's one angle measurement degree declination of Polaris measured off a flat plane. Did you not know that that was a flat Earth measurement that gave you nautical miles? You seem to have asserted that nautical miles is a sphere Earth inference. No, let me correct you. No, it's taken by dividing up how many degrees Polaris will drop as you back away from it. That's a flat Earth proof, not a globe proof. So again, I just make my point. I just make my point again. You can shut up. That would be the third example where I show all roads, this one included, the one you thought led to a globe. No, it actually leads to angle measurements to stars off a flat Earth to give you nautical miles. You understand now that I hadn't finished. I hadn't finished. Had this have been an example that led to a globe, you'd have the mic now. It wasn't. It was affirming my point that all roads, for us to still be here, will you shut up? Shut your mic. I won the discussion. My point. All roads, 50, lead to a flat Earth. This one you thought led to a globe included. I've just shown how actually. What's your malfunction, wanker? Wanker, you got a problem? Tourette's?
If he's gonna burp, kick him out.
I didn't say anything.
Shut your fucking mic then. I can hear you sniffing, shit for brains. It's the point where you're fucking lost. Now you sit down, shut the fuck up while I conclude your dumb shit fucking argument that nautical miles comes from a fucking sphere. No 50, you stupid shit for brain spastic who doesn't know where the fucking mute button is. It comes from a flat Earth, you absolute retard. Now find the fucking mute button, retard. Your example didn't come from a globe. It affirmed my point that all roads lead to a flat Earth. Now all I've got is a spastic in my ear who doesn't know how to use the fucking mute button. Well, I conclude the point that it's a road that leads to a flat Earth. Do you understand now, Dumbo? Now you found the mute button.
You're misquoting me.
You said that nautical miles was an example when specifically asked to show how something has an origin in a globe. Nautical miles was your example. No, second time's a charm. You stupid fuckwit shit for brains. That is yet another example of a road that leads to flat Earth. They are derived from angles to a star measured off a flat fucking Earth. You stupid cretin. So that's why we're still here, 50. Because fuckwit retards like you come here under the misapprehension things like nautical miles come from a globe, and they don't. Do you hear me, spastic? They came from a flat Earth, 50. Are you going to now acknowledge that your fuckwit ideas of where nautical miles came from aren't spherical in origin and are another road that leads to flat Earth? Comprende?
Can I share my? Can I share?
You can suck my balls, you stupid fuckwit. Say, yes, I understand that nautical miles came from a flat Earth. That's what you can do, 50.
I can't share my screen.
No, you can suck my balls and affirm that you understand that your fuckwit example of nautical miles did not come from a globe, as you suggested. It did, in fact, affirm my point that all roads lead to a flat Earth, and I want you to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, you're just gonna because it's not proving what you said it proved. So for my audience who would have listened to you without me correcting you, they'd have thought that nautical miles came from a globe, because I got a fuckwit wanker who's an idiot on the panel called 50, who doesn't have a fucking clue where nautical miles came from. But he'll blurt out that they came from a globe, because he's a fuckwit wanker.
Can I share my screen?
You can suck my balls and affirm that you understand now that nautical miles came from a flat Earth. Otherwise, we're here indefinitely with a fuckwit globe believer who can't tolerate being wrong about where nautical miles came from.
You don't have my. You don't have.
You don't have a stuttering problem like Del from yesterday, do you, fuckwit? Sounds like you're stuttering a little bit there, 50.
No.
Get a grip and say, I understand nautical miles that I thought came from a globe actually came from a flat Earth, like all roads lead to, 50. My point.
That's funny. I'm looking
It's not funny. It's a flat Earth, like all roads lead to, 50. It's not amusing to me. It's you being wrong. If you being wrong amuses you, then good for you. Go and wank off to your own stupid idiocy. Meanwhile, nautical miles didn't come from a globe, as you said, and I'm waiting for you to affirm that you now understand, now I've educated you, that they came from a flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't trust you, Nathan.
I don't give a fuck what you trust. I'm telling you, 50. Maybe you could tell me how nautical miles came from a globe then, because you trust your own stupid shit that you spurted. So tell us all about how nautical miles came from a globe.
Well, I'd like to share my screen and show you.
You can tell me verbally.
Well, I would prefer to share my screen.
Oh, really? Elevation angle measurements taken to Polaris would give you your nautical mile derivation. I've told you verbally. I've summed it up in a single sentence. Now you do the same. Go. Neil, mute.
Yeah.
Neil.
Sorry. Trying to.
We're waiting on your globe proof. Nautical mile derivation. Go.
I'm looking through my textbook.
So you don't know. So you've got to look it up. Have you shit for brains? So we should trust you, the shit-fed dickhead who's got to look it up after claiming it. No, you stupid clown. No. That's not how it works, 50.
No,
so you don't know.
I'd have it all in my dome.
When you claimed it, you don't actually know or have the details to back your stupid shit to hand. You've got to look it up after you've claimed it. Oh, I see. That's very interesting, 50. Sounds like you're just another wanker globe believer who's making baseless assertions because the standards you were held to are so low.
I want to get it right.
Well, then you'd have it to hand when you said it in the first place if you want to get it fucking right. You didn't want to get it right. You got it wrong because you said it came from a globe and it doesn't. It comes from a flat Earth angle to a star.
Give him a minute, Nathan. He's looking through his textbook.
Yeah, on Celestial.
You're stuttering like a stupid spastic who's just told me angles that give you nautical miles are derived from a globe, stupid spastic. Now you're a stuttering spastic. Grunting and stuttering like all the rest of the stupid spazzes who come here. That's what you are, spaz.
Yeah, and I've got 25 items that prove that the Earth is a globe. What do you have?
Sorry, I'm asking for nautical miles, proof that it came from a globe. We want to see that all roads lead to a globe now, given that I've given several examples of them leading to a flat Earth, including yours.
You're mistaken.
Oh, well, that's a brilliant hand wave dismissal. I'm just mistaken. Will you go and look up how I'm mistaken?
I'm in the process of doing so.
So you'd think you wouldn't be making it as a claim if you had to go and look it up after the fact. I mean, that's just the shitty low standards of globe believers. Make an assertion and then go and affirm whether or not you're right about it after the fact and tell the person who does know that you don't trust them. But what, you trust your own stupid shit that you've got to look up after the fact? It seems like you need to be trusting yourself a little bit less there, 50, because you haven't looked it up yet.
It sounded like gibberish, if I'm honest.
That's a wonderful, wonderful rebuttal. So elevation angle measurements derived from stars and how they recede towards the horizon would give you the 60 nautical miles. It's a derivation of an elevation angle. While I've been saying it, there's been examples of elevation angle measurements flashing up on screen the entire time.
Okay, so you get to present something, but I don't?
If you can verbally tell me, like I can say that elevation angle measurement derivation gives you, with a flat Earth, your nautical mile distance. I can summarise that in one sentence. If you can do the same, then maybe I'll consider presenting some stupid shit diagram that you've got to present. Maybe. But I want to hear the summary of what you think is a road leading to a globe when you say nautical miles are taken from globe. If that's the case, then I want to hear it summarised first.
That's not what I said. You're
stuttering, because that's what I'm asking for. You said that a road that leads back to globe is nautical miles. You're just a fuckwit and wrong.
Let's see here. I'm trying to look for this specific quote here. I'll find it.
But just paraphrase it for us. What's the quote? Paraphrase it. I'll give you that. Like, just paraphrase the quote. You don't have to give it verbatim. Just give us a general idea about this road leading to a globe with nautical miles. Go ahead.
All celestial navigation is based on globe geometry.
So that's a baseless assertion as opposed to a direct indicator with a paraphrase quote about how nautical miles are derived specifically from a globe. That's a baseless assertion.
And that's chanting.
Yeah, chanting's not a quote about nautical miles coming from a globe, you stupid idiot.
So you're telling me that all celestial navigation is not based on a globe?
Yes, that's correct. All celestial navigation is based on the ability to measure angles to stars off a flat baseline. Earth is required to be flat in order to perform celestial navigation. That is correct. It is a massive hindrance if you cannot acquire a baseline for the angle measurements to the stars for star-based navigation if you haven't got a flat baseline. On screen for my audience now is an angle measurement from a boat to a star that requires the ground be flat. If the ground wasn't flat, as depicted in this description on screen now, it wouldn't be an angle for triangulation. So it can't be globe-shaped, it must be flat to do the process of measuring angles. I hope that's clear.
You can get an angle from a curve.
No. An angle is two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Correct.
Yes, so you can't get an angle from a curve.
You can.
No, you are a fuckwit, retard, spastic, numpty, idiot. A curve isn't a straight line and will not give you an angle. You are stupid. Well, two straight lines isn't one curved line and one straight line.
I'm sorry?
You better fucking add be. No, curved lines don't give you angles, spastic. You better be sorry. Because you're saying that you can get an angle from a curve and that makes you a fuckwit. So, yeah, you better be sorry.
Let's see here.
No, let's not stutter your way through let's see. You're a fuckwit, and you don't seem to appreciate that you can't get an angle from a curve. Okay, fuckwit?
How to find the angle from a curve?
Why are you asking me something, fuckwit? Acknowledgement is what I'm looking for when I correct your fuckwit stupidity. You say, I can get an angle from a curve. No, fuckwit. You acknowledge that you can't, as I have told you, you can't. Because an angle's two straight lines. You understand two straight lines, fuckwit? No, you don't, because you're basically very stupid. Yeah, two straight lines, okay?
That's funny.
That's two straight lines meeting at a vertex for it to be an angle. Therefore, no angle from curve. Okay?
That's funny. I'm looking right at how you do it.
How you do what?
Find the inverse tangent of the slope.
So tangent? No, that's to a curve. A tangent is a straight line to a curved surface. Your statement was that you could get an angle from a curve.
I'm sorry, say that again?
You said tangent. That's to a curve, not from a curve. Your statement, I will repeat, you can get an angle from a curve, end quote, 50.
Well, I mean, you're just blatantly wrong. It's all over the internet.
Sorry, from a curve? Now you're talking about a tangent to a curve.
Yes, we'll
No, not yes. No, you said you can get an angle from a curve, a tangent to a curve. Not from a curve, fuckwit.
What's the difference?
Yeah, the difference is you're not getting a fucking angle from a curve, you stupid spastic. Yeah, so you're a spastic and you're not getting a fucking angle from a curve, as you said you could when you, quote, can get an angle from a curve, end quote. No, you fucking can't. You're a fucking retard. You're not getting any fucking angles from any fucking curves, you stupid fuckwit spastic. A tangent is a straight line to a curve, not from a curve.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. You're stupid and being corrected by a flat earther 50. That's right.
I mean, if you want to argue with math, go.
No, not argue. Correct a dumb fuck who thinks that getting an angle from a curve is the same as drawing a tangent to a curve.
That's the beginning point.
What beginning point? What, you assuming that Earth is a curved surface to draw tangents to?
No, that's the
Yeah, that is. That's your begging the question that you're going to have tangents capable of being drawn to presupposed spherical Earth surfaces.
Have you ever heard of the concept?
Why are you asking me something, fuckwit? You're not getting an angle from a curve. You said you could. You're a fucking idiot, and I want you to acknowledge how fucking idiotic it was to say that you can get an angle from a curve. No, you are stupid, and you are going to be corrected by me, the flat earther. Wrong, stupid shit for brains.
Oh, gosh. Shoot.
So is it oh gosh when you get corrected? A minute ago you didn't trust me. Now I'm educating your dumbass on the stupid shit you say.
You're educating me on...
Yes. You can't get an angle from a curve, you stupid shit for brains moron. That is what you said, and now I'm correcting you. It's just you stuttering like a stammering wanker with a globe belief being corrected on your statement that you can get an angle from a curve. Now, until you acknowledge how fucking stupid you are, we're stuck here.
Well, I'm looking right at it, dude.
No, you're looking at a tangent to a curve. You stupid fuckwit. You've already told me what you're looking at.
No.
Yeah, you've already told me.
The cookies.
Sorry, are you going to stutter and stammer your way past your stupid statement that you made that I've corrected?
Angle between two curves.
Between two curves? So where are we getting the two curves that we're assuming?
This is just an example, dingus.
So just an example, not relevant to Earth in any way then. We're not going to be making examples about the nature of our existence on Flat Earth Debate. You just got hypothetical geometric examples. Geometric being Earth measurement.
It would be directly relevant to Earth.
Sorry, relevant in what respect? The respect that we're going to assume that Earth is one of those spherical surfaces, right?
Yes.
No, fuckwit. You don't beg the question here, you stupid spastic.
I'm begging the question.
No, yeah, you're begging the question, you fucking moron. You don't learn very quickly, do you, spastic? You've been here before, you know the fucking rules, you don't beg the question here.
Yeah, what I do?
No, yeah, not yes. No shit for brains. You do not automatically assume that which you're trying to prove, obviously. If I'm trying to prove fucking unicorns, and I say, well, if we automatically assume that we have got unicorns, well, then it makes it very easy to prove that we've got unicorns if we automatically assume that Earth is a sphere in the first instance. No, you stupid clown, you don't get to beg the question. Or talk through me while I correct you.
It's a court finding.
A court finding? Begging the question's tolerated by the courts now, is it?
Yeah.
No. I think you can go and argue your fallacious logic in front of the courts then, if you think that begging the question's a court thing.
No, I'm saying the courts in the U.S. have found that the Earth is a globe. That's why they changed the basically the grid system that.
Sorry, you're in the wrong fucking arena, you stupid spastic. This is not a legal discussion. Okay? This is a scientific platform, not a legal one. Go on to Legal Eagle or some other stupid channel that's not covering the nature of Earth.
Well, you know about the WGS model, right?
Sorry, hello?
Yeah.
Hello, you're not getting an angle from a curve. I know you're flailing every which way you possibly can to try and get away from the stupid statement that you made about getting an angle from a curve. Something that you can't do. And now we're on to assuming that you've got a sphere Earth to get tangents to. We haven't got an acknowledgement from you yet.
I'm trying to read the damn definition if you'd be quiet for a second.
Right, the definition of the sphere Earth spherical assumption that we've got to have in place before we start reading these definitions about straight lines to curves, right?
You did this exact same thing when I proved gravity on your show.
But you keep segueing away from your stupid statement about not getting angles from curves. You're never acknowledging it. You have absolutely zero humility when you are wrong.
I'm looking right at it.
Sorry, you can't get angles from curves, as you stated explicitly. Quote, you can get an angle from a curve, end quote. No, you cannot. You were wrong.
The angle between two curves is...
Sorry, between two curves, as in if we assume Earth is one of the curves, right? No, we're not here talking about random maths either. If this isn't related to the Earth that you would be assuming is one of those curves, then it's an unrelated folly, not relevant to the subject. However, if you are just automatically assuming that Earth's got a curved surface to draw tangents to, that's a begging the question fallacy, which you don't get to do here. Do you only have the rinse and repeat, go through the motions of what you've got planned to beg the question of one of these tangent-based points that you're drawing straight lines to being in effect? You don't beg the question here.
Let me quell your troubles here, okay? So...
I don't have any fucking troubles, you arrogant prick. Your trouble is you say you can get angles from curves. You're fucking wrong. That's your trouble. Now I'm going to help alleviate you from your mental retardation and your trouble in assuming that you can get angles from curves. Spastic. I'm going to correct your stupid spastic nature because you've got a problem with getting angles from curves because you can't. So I'm going to help you, the dumb fuck globe believer, out. That's what's going to happen indefinitely till you acknowledge your incorrect statement you made.
I'm not...
Malfunction, cannot acknowledge own stupidity.
Oh, yes.
But you're telling me you're going to help me with my trouble? You've got trouble with getting angles from curves, fuckwit. I'm going to help you with your fuckwit trouble. And we're not going to move from my justified position, having corrected your dumbass on a statement you made. You're not going to branch off into some trouble you're going to say I've got. I haven't.
The angle between two curves is...
What, the one that's an assumed sphere Earth surface in the example that would be relevant to this, if you beg the question of a sphere Earth. Third time's a charm, fuckwit. Now, you're not going to get away with giving this example so that you can automatically assume that Earth has got a curved surface to draw tangents to when your statement in regards to acquiring elevation angle measurements from a curved surface, your statement was that you can get angles from a curve. And no, you cannot. But for the fact that you're going to beg the question that Earth definitely automatically has a curved surface that you will draw a tangent to, that you'll read out in your example. This is the third time you've tried this.
I just read the entire definition of how you find an angle between two curves.
What, one being an assumed curved surface for a curved Earth that you assume you're going to draw a tangent to after a statement that you can measure angles from a curve. Because when you measure angles for elevation angles to stars, they're being measured from a flat baseline, not from a curved baseline. Your response, you can get angles from a curve. Now, you don't want to acknowledge your incorrect statement that proves a flat Earth, because according to you, I've got a problem that you need to tell me about while you rumpus the living shit out of me with your begging the question example that automatically assumes one of the curves in your example is a curved Earth.
Nope. No, I just want to simply prove you wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. You can't get an angle from a curve. That is a fact. You said you can get an angle from a curve. That is incorrect.
It seems like the mathematical community is at odds with you, Nathan. Are you a mathematician?
Your example so far was to describe getting an angle to a curve, with a tangent. That's not from a curve, as you stated. So the mathematical community doesn't disagree with anything I say in this respect, because you cannot get an angle from a curve, because from a curve isn't two straight lines meeting at a vertex, and that's what an angle is. So from a curve, definitely not. However, if you assume that Earth is a spherical surface, maybe you could draw a tangent to your presupposed spherical surface if we hadn't got the black swan argument with refraction and no Atmo day being in place.
The black swan fallacy.
Sorry, so you was that a bit triggering when you heard the words black swan? Because to a curve, tangent point would be a physical tangent point on the assumed Earth that I'm not letting you have, when black swan would eradicate that anyway. Yeah, very triggering for you. You were asking why we're still here, but yet you're still very triggered by the fact that you haven't got a geometric tangent point anyway.
I'm not triggered at all.
Well, you haven't got a geometric tangent point for your example of tangent points.
Let's see here.
No, you haven't got a globe Earth tangent point anymore, black swan. So why are you detailing tangent points when, geometrically speaking, it's not no Atmo day? You haven't got a tangent point. Why are you telling me about tangent points? What is it, no Atmo day?
Are you scared?
Are you telling me I'm scared of no Atmo day?
No, you seem like you're scared
So
of...
where's the tangent point in your globe Earth model?
You're obscuring...
So you're telling me I'm scared over and over again when I'm asking you a question about where the tangent would be? Yeah? What are we looking at? Where's this tangent for it to be relevant? You keep detailing to a curve, tangent point. Where's that?
Well, let me read the definition.
No, I know what a definition of a tangent point is. Straight line to a curve. To a curve, not from a curve, like elevation angle measurements from a flat baseline. Meanwhile, I'm asking you where that is in regards to your sphere Earth that we're looking at, right? Where is it? Where's that tangent point?
I'm not going.
You stuttering bitch! Black swan, motherfucker! No, you ain't got a fucking tangent point, Dumbo.
We have to establish this first.
What, that we've got a tangent point? Why is it fucking no Atmo day?
The angle between two curves is measured by finding the angle between their tangents.
Well, where's the tangent on a globe Earth? Black swan, motherfucker.
Okay.
Okay, black swan, motherfucker. Those are my balls dragging over your face with a black swan pecking at your cheeks while I do so. Black swan, motherfucker. Globe Earth hasn't got a fucking tangent point. The horizon's not a tangent point. What the fuck is it? No Atmo day?
I love to typical.
I love your stuttering bitch behaviour. Yeah, I love the fact you haven't got a fucking tangent for this example where you keep detailing tangents. Meanwhile, you made a statement that you can get an angle from a curve. No, you can't. You're a spastic.
That's funny because the entire mathematical community seems to be at odds with you.
What about tangent points? Where's that on the globe?
About
tangent points that you were launching into, I understand. I took it away from you because you haven't got a presupposed spherical Earth to get a tangent to. Meanwhile, I'm asking on the globe model, where is that tangent point?
Where is the tangent? Wherever you want it to be.
Yeah, wherever I want it to be. No, it's been debunked by the black swan, motherfucker.
Has it?
Yeah! If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to that tangent point could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And the black swan, motherfucker, shows it's beyond that geometric tangent point limitation that you'd need to make your example make sense. Therefore, the horizon's not a fucking tangent point, motherfucker.
It's almost like the atmosphere changes. Is that not strange?
Yeah, so it's like you haven't got a fucking tangent point.
What?
It's like you haven't got a tangent point. So the atmosphere changes the straight line. So it's like the atmosphere's making it no longer straight, so no longer a fucking tangent then.
On a shitty day.
So not a straight line tangent then?
On a shitty day, no.
So you're saying on a no Atmo day, it's a tangent?
Hold up, I've got...
hold up, motherfucker! Is it a tangent point on no fucking Atmo day?
No swearing.
What?
Is it a tangent point on no Atmo day, you stupid fuckwit clown?
On a shitty day.
On a shitty day, it's refracted. On every day in your globe model, it's refracted. It's standard. 7/6R bent line always. So you haven't got a tangent, do you, shit for brains? Yeah, that silence is where I say, Black Swan, motherfucker! That's right, bitch! You haven't got a fucking tangent point. We debunked it in 2020. Now, how do my balls fucking taste?
Nathan, quit fucking...
So you need to talk through me. and my victory dance about the black swan, do you? You think this chanting shit from 2017 works here, do you? Yeah? See 50s light flashing while I do my victory dance. That's him thinking like a fucking spastic, that him chanting through the top of me going, Black Swan, motherfucker! You think your chanting's going to stop that reaching the audience as I dance my victory dance because you haven't got a tangent point while you keep barking on about this straight line to a curve? It's not no Atmo Day, spastic. You don't have a tangent point, and your rumpusing's not getting through to the audience, stupid boy.
Can you have a conversation like a normal human being?
What about tangent point horizon that we debunked in 2020? Maybe the Dell tactic of telling me that we're not having a reasonable discussion will overcome the fact that it's not no Atmo Day in your model. 7/6R bends the line to the horizon always, and therefore it is not a tangent. Black Swan, motherfucker.
Oh, wow. Black Swan fallacy, motherfucker.
Go.
You're not ignoring the 300...
You said Black Swan fallacy. I said go. I want an expressly detailed description of what you say the Black Swan fallacy is and how it relates to you not having a tangent point at the horizon. Go.
No thanks. I'll tell you.
Black Swan, motherfucker! No, my friend, you haven't got a tangent point horizon for your stupid assertion that you can draw a straight line to a presupposed Earth with a spherical surface, because if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959, as per your begging the question proof of nothing model, then every distance to that tangent point could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And Black Swan, bitch! The distance to horizon in the Black Swan is beyond the geometric tangent point that you are asserting. Therefore, the horizon is not a tangent.
What about the other 364 days of the year?
What, is it no Atmo Day on the other 364 days of the year? No Atmo Day then, right? So we're not having standard atmospheric refraction in your model on these days. No longer atmospheric standards. No? Not sphere-shaped air on these days, right? The good days. It's not bent at 7/6 of a radius as standard in your model on those days, right?
No, none of those.
Oh, it's not? No, let me correct you, fuckwit. It doesn't understand his own fucking sphere model. It's standard.
Yes.
Yes, so standard always bent line. Never a tangent. A standard. Never straight. So, I'll conclude again for this fuckwit. Black Swan, bitch. That's right, you haven't got a fucking tangent. Your model's in the doldrums. It's dead. It's burning. It's dying. It's dead. That's it, gone. With me saying Black Swan, that's all I need to do. When you understand the argument and question why we're still here because you haven't got any overcome for this. Yeah? It's not no Atmo Day, and that's the best you've got so far, sunshine. Black Swan, motherfucker.
Okay, here you go. Modus tollens. Can I read a modus tollens for you? Is that okay? So, modus tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, geometric horizon, curve calculations, not Q, horizon distance is greater than 9.14 miles, therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere. So there's yours. That's your example. Okay, so I'm gonna give you. So this is a Black Swan fallacy, and I'll tell you exactly why. Let's see here. I have a feeling. Oh, I'm still on here. I thought I got kicked for a second. Okay.
Oh no, you're getting ready to say something stupid. Roll on with it, bro.
Okay. The Black Swan fallacy is one in which the arguer ignores contradictory evidence on the basis of past experience. This can also be a variation of the argument from ignorance, i.e., every swan we've ever seen is white. Therefore, there cannot be black swans, ignoring the possibility of a black swan. So you're ignoring every other instance of past experience. You're ignoring the 364 days of the year where all the math match up. Excuse me.
have no idea what you just said,
that's
do you?
wrong. Can I explain
Foreplay.
why?
Yeah, no,
Hold
no,
on,
John.
guys. Hold on. So, 50, without you constantly interrupting me and me having to close your line so that you actually listen. We'll see how long that lasts. No, you see, in your globe Earth model, you have, second time, standard atmospheric refraction. That is to say that there is always, in effect, sphere-shaped air, oxymoron, bending the light without exception. That means that there are no days that you can have a tangent straight line to the horizon. Comprende?
Can I get a citation?
Yeah, you just read it out. It's the modus tollens. If the Earth was a sphere radius 3959, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Distance to horizon measurement in the Black Swan beyond 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, Earth not a sphere. No longer tangent point horizon. Comprende?
Yes, that's your argument.
Yes, that's our argument. Proven by the imagery where the horizon's beyond the geometric tangent point limitations. You've only got to show once that it's not a tangent point. And the response from your side, it's refracted as standard always. What is it, flat earthers? No atmo day? We've always got refraction. That's your side's response, and it's borne out in the model 7/6 are a standard. No straight line ever. Black Swan.
Yes.
So you haven't got any geometry. So while you're trying to work in your example about how straight lines can meet two spheres at a point, you haven't got that on a globe anymore since 2020, Black Swan, motherfucker.
But that's a black swan fallacy, so that's in...
No, it's not. It's a Black Swan modus tollens logical consistency where it shows that the horizon tangent point you're trying to fight in favour of is beyond the limits of a tangent point horizon. Therefore, it's not a tangent point horizon.
It's not a sound argument.
It's not a sphere Earth horizon.
Like I said, black swan fallacy. You're
just saying it's a Black Swan fallacy doesn't change the modus tollens logical consistency that you even read out yourself.
Why are you ignoring all the contradictory evidence?
Because you're saying that the Karl Popper example of Black Swan, which is to say that if you assert that all swans are white, then you only have to show one black swan to disprove the notion that all swans are white, or all horizons are geometric tangent points.
Yeah, that's a
Fallacy,
misunderstanding of that.
Hey, clown fuck. The fallacy is all swans are white.
Yes.
He ain't getting it.
Doesn't understand
The fallacy is that
all swans are white. Yeah, that's the fallacy. It's the Karl Popper example.
yes,
Yes, you read out the modus tollens, which QE formulated. That's not a Karl Popper example. It's a modus tollens logical consistency argument.
you're ignoring all the contradictory evidence.
Wait, sorry, what, am I ignoring all the fucking white swans?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, really? So which day is there a straight line to the horizon as depicted on screen in the geometric curve maths, marked as an X with a straight line to it, called a horizon? What day do we get that on screen now?
I'm not... Hold on.
Right, my answer to the question is when we see Earth curve is why, when, why, how long. That's the answer to when we'll see Earth curve, right?
Am I supposed to go to the YouTube or what?
I've got a picture of the, begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator with its horizon and a straight line to it marked with an X labelled horizon in your Earth curve geometry. Not mine, yours. That straight line to the horizon, because obviously it's not enough for me to get through an entire sentence, didn't even take breath before his interruption. Yeah, that horizon with a straight line, you're claiming, the tangent, the one you keep trying to make an example of, Meanwhile, you haven't acknowledged still that you can't get an angle from a curve like you said you could. You're a
You
fuckwit.
can't.
Yeah, and there's his interruption again because he doesn't like being wrong. Meanwhile, you've got a tangent point straight line to the horizon in your Earth curve maths. What day do we see that? Second time.
What day do you see that?
Yeah, the Earth curve tangent point horizon in the maths.
I would have to do some digging. I can't give you that.
You're going to have to do some digging to find out when we see Earth curve. So it's going to take some investigation for when we'll see Earth curve.
When you'll see Earth curve?
Yeah, the physical geometric tangent point horizon marked with an X, labelled horizon in your Earth curve maths. That's Earth curve. But according to you, you're going to need to do a bit of digging now that it's not a tangent point.
I thought you wanted the perfect example. I thought you wanted the perfect example of when there's no refraction.
No, I asked when the physical tangent point Earth curve edge horizon in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve mathematics would be visible.
Can you say that again without the jargon?
When you're going to see Earth curve as labelled in the maths as a horizon?
As labelled in the math?
Yeah, it's on screen, 5th time's a charm. Shut up, G+. On screen, for my audience, marked with an X, labelled horizon, with a straight line to it. When will we see Earth curve?
Where am I looking?
You tell me, it's your bastard claim.
You just said you had something on screen, dipshit.
Yeah, begging the question, proof of nothing, fuckwit perspective hijacking Earth curve mathematics. With a Earth curve marked as a horizon with a straight line tangent to it. I'm asking when we'll see that.
When you're on a clear day.
So it's no Atmo day when it's clear. So there's no standard refraction then. No Atmo day.
Standard doesn't mean every day.
So if I buy a car that's standard with power steering, it doesn't mean it'll have power steering every day as standard. It means something else.
That's a car.
Yeah, and Earth curve mathematics has standard refraction at 7/6 of the radius, in standard form, applicable always, every day, without exception, meaning you've never got a fucking tangent. But according to you, when you need a tangent, standard doesn't mean standard, right?
It means standard as such that...
So it's always in effect 7/6R raping your tangent straight line, because it's no longer straight if it's standard. It's always bent as standard then.
Most days of the year.
Always as standard, never a straight line tangent point, never Earth curve. And debunked by the black swan beyond the geometric limitations at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, where this geometry on screen now, your maths for Earth curve, says Earth curve will reside, it's marked as horizon. But we'll never see it because there's always atmospheric refraction, according to your model. Meanwhile, the tangent point horizon is beyond its limitations as shown in the black swan. Clear?
You have to have an exceptionally clear day. I mean, it's just as simple.
For there to be no atmosphere, it needs to be exceptionally clear. So for there to be no sphere-shaped air, there is no atmosphere, sphere-shaped air when it's clear, correct?
There is.
So it's always, in effect, atmosphere, sphere-shaped air refraction as standard because there's always on your model sphere-shaped air not filling a sky vacuum, bending the light, meaning we've never got a straight line to Earth curve. Okay, so you haven't got a tangent. Why do you keep trying to bring up a tangent description in mathematics when you haven't got one on a Earth that you assume has the sphere edge for the circle you assume when declaring incorrectly that you can get an angle from a curve? You can't. You're wrong. You're stupid.
It's not an...
It's you stuttering like a fucking bitch. You were wrong, fuckwit. Now you need to acknowledge how fucking wrong you were when you said you can get an angle from a curve. Like in elevation angle measurements from a curved Earth? No, wrong. You can't do that. You said you could. Now we're going to get you to concede that you were wrong. Earth must be flat to get elevation angle measurements from flat baselines and flat Earths. Not curved Earths and curved baselines, as you said you could acquire angles from. You don't have any straight lines, black swan. There's always atmosphere, it's standard. Not some days when it's clear, no atmosphere-shaped air. It's standard according to your stupid model.
You're not going to let me share my screen, are you?
I said you could suck my balls last time you said it, and I said it this time too. Yeah, when you were telling me about how you could share your screen to show me how we can get straight lines to curves, when you assume that Earth's a curve, and you can draw a straight line to a sphere edge horizon tangent point, that was debunked by the Black Swan. Atmosphere, motherfucker. Never a straight line to any tangent point, ever, on a globe Earth model.
This isn't a debate if you're not.
Yeah, no, it's you losing. It's not a debate when you're losing. Yeah, I hear that a lot. When someone's having their ass handed to them, they tell me how it's not a debate. No, it's not a debate when you say that you can get an angle from a curve, and I tell you that that's fundamentally incorrect. Then you're giving us descriptions from mathematics of straight lines to curves, only for me to point out that in your sphere Earth model, when you assume the ground has got a curved surface, you haven't got any straight lines to it.
Could you whip your?
Could you stutter through the top of me, you fucking bitch? No, you're just losing. It's not a debate. You're losing. You put your argument forward and claims you could get curves to give you angles. You can't. All you've done since is chant through me. Every time you see 50's light flashing, it's because he's chanting straight through the middle of the devastating rebuttal, which is all fundamentalist zealots can do when they're being proven wrong. When you point out that you can't get an angle from a curve, they chant straight through the middle of you. You were wrong. When are you going to concede that?
There's no point.
So in celestial navigation, you have to acquire an angle from a flat baseline. It's the only way it's done. Earth, as a prerequisite, must be flat to do that. You can't get an angle from a curved baseline, which would be Earth with a curve. 50 said you could. No, you can't. He's wrong. He'll never concede it because he's a cunt. Total cunt. Not like the "you're a cunt, Jimmy" Dell type of cunt, like actual cunt who will chant through every devastating loss that he suffers here.
Scared?
See? It's just chanting "you're scared" in a high-pitched voice through me. While I point out you can't get elevation angle measurements from a curved surface, he's chanting "you're scared" through the top of me.
Don't be scared.
See? I open the line and that's what he's doing. That's all he's got now. He's lost. It's not a debate. Are you scared? Are you scared? No. You can't get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. Earth needs to be flat to do that.
Do you want to burn the book? Forbidden knowledge? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that in celestial navigation, you need Earth to be flat to get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. No, you can't get an angle from a curved baseline, as you asserted. You were wrong because you're a spastic. You need a flat Earth to do that. That's what I'm saying. Not scared. Not a debate.
Not true.
Yes, true. That's how celestial navigation's performed.
Let me present the fucking evidence.
No, only I get to swear at you. Yeah, sigh for me, bitch. No, elevation angle measurements require 2 straight lines. Your globe doesn't afford you that because of atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, standardized refraction, bending all the lines always.
Have you ever used any
Stutter for me, you little bitch!
software in your life?
Have I ever used software? Yeah, I'm using some right now.
CAD software.
Sorry, why?
Because it lets you get an angle to a curve.
To a curve.
No, it doesn't.
So we're back to this, are we? While someone from G+ I've told twice to shut up is interrupting. So from a curve is how you would need to do it if you're doing celestial navigation and acquiring angles from a baseline. Your curved baseline won't give you that. To a curve is a tangent point on screen now, still on screen for my audience. A straight line to a horizon. Black Swan, motherfucker. You haven't got any straight lines for your tangent to a curve. Meanwhile, we're discussing celestial navigation and getting angles from a flat Earth baseline. See his light flashing? That's him chanting through the devastating conclusion.
I gotta be honest.
See, I gotta be honest. I gotta be chanting through you.
It's just not gonna.
It's just you chanting and stuttering non-stop through every single conclusion because you don't want to hear it. Yeah. You're a cunt. Yeah, when you don't want to hear how devastating it is that you can't get an angle from a curved baseline, Earth must be flat to do that, you start talking straight through the middle of me. It's cunt behaviour by globe believers. Yeah? The same cunts that say they need neutral platforms. The same cunts that chant through me when the devastating conclusion comes. What they actually need is to be able to do what he's doing right now on a platform that won't shut him up when he does it. That's what he actually needs, because then me concluding that you need a flat Earth for elevation angle measurements won't actually be heard by all an audience. Either you'll hear this, which is what you can hear now, as I say, Earth must be flat for the acquisition of elevation angle measurements from a flat baseline. You'll get it that way, with him chanting straight through the top of it, with the line open, because that's what he'd get on his neutral platform. Or if I continued and persisted, like I'm doing now, with him chanting straight through the top of me, the host would mute me. So that there was no chance whatsoever that any audience member on a neutral platform would hear me conclude that Earth must be flat to get elevation angle measurements. Just this, him chanting straight through the top of that. Not once has he allowed it to come through in full. Not once. He hasn't allowed it to be heard by him. Once. Not once. Just like Rumpus used to do. Every time you'd come to make a conclusion about how Earth must be flat, you'd have Rumpus chanting through the top of the conclusion in the vain hope that the audience won't hear it.
What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. You lost. Earth must be flat to get elevation angle measurements. You can't get angles from a curve, as you said.
You can.
No, you can't. No, that's fundamentally retarded, and now you're circle jerking, taking us back to the beginning position, where you say you can get elevation angle measurements from a curve, only to take us on to maths for straight lines you haven't got on a globe, black swan motherfucker, to a curve.
Why won't you let me...
Why don't you stop fucking chanting through me, you absolute cunt?
Why won't you let me show it?
Show what? Angles from a curve?
Yes.
Yes! There's no such animal, you complete fuckwit.
Why don't you let me show it? If you're so proud of yourself, if you're so confident in yourself, then let me show it.
You cannot get angles from a curve.
Well, then let me show it if you're so confident and so
Stick
proud.
it in Jeep, someone will post it.
You got such
No
a
worries.
big
Have you
cock.
posted it already? Have you posted it already? Have you posted it already?
I did not.
Why the fuck are you telling me to go look at it then, you stupid wanker?
Until you don't look at it.
You can't get elevation angle measurements from a curve. If he had anything, it'd already be posted. What he will now try and drag out for the next 10 straight minutes whilst chanting through me is a straight line that he hasn't got on a globe, atmospheric refraction always in effect as standard, and he'll show me a tangent to a curve. After saying, oh yeah, I've got something, then there'll be an administrative fuck around for 20 minutes.
Hold your titties, I'll post it.
No, you don't get to say hold your titties off. You said you can get an angle from a curve. No, you cannot. You then went on to tangent points to curves. You haven't got straight lines, black swan.
Okay, I'm gonna post it. Hold up.
Post what?
Let's see here. Let's post it for
Post
you.
what? Yeah, I don't want to hear 20 minutes of administrative mumbling. Post what?
It shows that you can find angles to curves.
Two curves? So what a cunt. So fourth time's a charm with this absolute cunt. So you think that by chanting through me saying not from a curve then, like when you're getting elevation angle measurements from a flat baseline, there's him chanting through me, see his light flashing, yeah, the devastating conclusions coming with his chanting over the top of it. No, you fuckwit. Every time I start talking, I close the line before you start chanting, so that your chants aren't heard 50. Just me repeating over and over again how an angle measurement from a baseline requires Earth to be flat. Your chanting isn't being heard. 50. Your chanting's not being heard.
Semantics.
Your chanting's not being heard. 50. Yeah?
Semantics.
So it was literally his chanting, so he didn't have to hear it, him saying semantics 35 times through the top of my conclusion.
Semantics.
Yep, it was. So the rumpus chanting is what they've now got. They've come back in. This is what they've now got, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see the flat Earth debate progressing with fundamentalist zealots like 50 and rumpus. What they've got is flat Earth conclusion comes, semantics. That's what you get from 50. That's what you get. Chanting straight to the top of him. Kick him out. The guy's a cunt. He doesn't belong here anymore.
It's in chat. Go ahead and read it.
No, you're being kicked out because you can't shut up. You think that it's time to chant when I make a conclusion.
Okay,
like right now. Like when I'm in the middle of a sentence about how Earth must be flat to get elevation angle measurements from it, and you can't get the angle measurement from a curved surface. You refuse to listen. You think by chanting through it, you won't have to listen to it. Zero acknowledgement. The one time he's actually listened to it without chanting. Oh no, it's because he was removed. Heaven forbid he actually listened to the full statement. Once. He didn't. He'd rather chant the word semantics through it so he doesn't have to hear it, in the vain hope the audience doesn't have to hear it either. Like a kid sticking his fingers in his ears going la 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 la. That's what he's actually doing. It's absolutely pathetic. That is fairly standardised globe behaviour on flat Earth debate. That's what you get here when they actually come in. Or for all the people moaning, oh, we missed the rumpus. What, you missed never hearing the flat Earth conclusion with him chanting through the top of it?
Yes! I do, kind of.
Well, I don't miss that shite. No. Not once did 50 listen to the fact that you need a flat Earth elevation angle measurement off a flat baseline. All he did was chant through the conclusion, that end of that statement, like someone on G Plus is now fucking doing. They chant through the end of the conclusion and then say, yes, you can. And when I say, no, you're going to take us to a line to a curve. No, you won't let me share it. Yep, just distraction techniques. What's been pointed out 20 times is, no, to a curve, you haven't got a straight line on a globe anymore. Black Swan. No, that got chanted through as well. He didn't listen to it, so he didn't have to respond to it in his mind. So you never get a coherent discussion. Because the conclusion he's got to respond to, he's chanted through. So therefore, why would he have to respond to it in his mind? That's their tactic. Just like Rumpus. Same exact shitty tactic. And it's all it is, a tactic. That's all you've got for a globe now, ladies and gentlemen. Tactics. Chant through the devastating flat Earth conclusion. That's it.
I get what you're saying, Nathan. I agree. Hold on. But I mean, I still miss Rumpus a bit. But I mean, if he would be let on, I'd probably get sick of it after a while as well and just say, like, okay, just kick him out again. It's just nostalgia, I guess.
Okay, nostalgia point. Great. I'll hold on for the nostalgia point. He said that you can acquire an elevation angle, and he was going to prove it via AutoCAD. In Master B, we have the AutoCAD. It's 1 minute video.
Okay, to briefly touch on what the guys over at Flat Earth Debate have been saying, we're going to use the exact same examples of the GP positions here. I'm going to look at it from an orthographic view. Okay, if we're standing here on the Earth, this is the angle to the celestial body. Let's take a line from our position, representing the horizon. The angle formed here is definitely not 90 degrees. And even at the position where it meets the Earth, you can't have a 90-degree angle to a curved surface. And AutoCAD will actually verify this, because if I choose the angular dimension command, and I pick this line and this line, it will give me an angle between them. If I try to pick this line and this arc, it says here, object selected is not a line. So it will just not give me an angle. And why would it? How could it? The angle will be different at every single point on that arc.
Pay attention, Fitty.
Yeah, that's it. He's asking about AutoCAD. Well, AutoCAD will make it explicitly clear that you can't get an angle from a curve. But that's not what 50 wanted to do. He's got his plan in mind. I can get an angle to a curve when I beg the question that Earth's a sphere and I draw a straight line tangent on no Atmo day. Okay, that's his argument. Did we get a response to my rebuttal that I succinctly just summarised in about 25 seconds? No, because not once did that full, succinct discussion point get through 250. He literally talked through it. You go back, rewind, and look every time the conclusion comes, and I pre-muted Discord when I started giving my conclusion, knowing from past experience that people like Rumpus and 50 will start chanting through the devastating conclusion. Oh, I've already learned that lesson from 2017, you stupid fuckwit shit for brains. Yet while I'm giving out my devastating conclusion, the line's closed. And who's going to complain about that? Oh, what, he closed down the Discord line while he was talking, and we couldn't hear you interrupting him? Yeah, I figured that out pretty quickly, you stupid cunt. You won't get to chant through the devastating conclusion. But what does happen is he never hears it himself. So every time the line's reopened for him to respond, well, he's chanted through it so he hasn't had to hear it. That's their tactic. If I never heard it, I don't have to respond to it.
Yeah, but he heard it. Hold on. He heard it a few times, and he kept saying to, not from. He knows damn well what he was doing.
He was drunk.
On top of it.
That boy was drunk. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Is he a raging alcoholic?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Well,
Globe
Helio
believers have
was
got a
drunk
lot
at
on their
7
plate.
the
They've got a
other
lot
day.
to deal with. The reason he needs to do that is because he's lost. And what's he lost? The discussion, the argument, the debate he said we weren't having. No, his entire worldview. That's what he's lost. Yeah? So I wouldn't be surprised if he's a raging alcoholic.
Well, I thought his take on the Black Swan was pretty funny. The Who's making the positive claim about the horizon, by the way? Is it us or them?
Them. Globe believers. They claim the horizon's Earth curve. It's on screen now, marked with an X labeled horizon.
No, he said the modus tollens was a black swan fallacy.
Yeah, he confused your modus tollens with Karl Popper. He's just thick.
Damn, that was a long time.
It's painful for them. You got to give them some slack. Their whole worldview is gone.
But I tried to get my claim in like an hour ago. Remember?
That's
Remember,
my
I was
bad.
going to offer a claim.
Go on.
My claim.
My bad.
The elevation angle.
No, that wasn't my claim.
Answer in the comments if my argument with 50 was great for old time's sake, or if you were, on tenterhooks waiting for QE's example. Go ahead, QE.
My claim is prove your rubber ducky is not moving.
My rubber ducky, or the rubber ducky the guy would be in with the sextant.
I'm sorry. I got confused. My claim is prove your rubber chicken is not moving.
Am I having one of those flashbacks again? Sorry, did you
No,
say...
that was your science the other day. You said rubber chicken.
What? You're going to have to give me some context, Q. I have no idea what you're babbling about.
All right. You called Reds rubber chicken. So,
yep.
But I'm giving you my claim now. This is my claim. I'm establishing my claim. See if you can catch it. Prove your rubber chicken is not moving.
Right, you're asking me to prove that red rhetoric's got a non-existent movement, correct?
Nah, I'm combining Reds and Dell. Right? Because Dell's claim is prove your Earth is not moving. So I switched it up and said, my claim is prove your rubber ducky or rubber chicken is not moving. You guys get this yet? That's
I
not
got
my
it.
claim.
Yeah. When someone's making a positive assertion about Earth doing something, prove that Earth's not doing anything then. What? Yeah, you can't prove non-existence in that regard, right?
Yes. It's called a proving non-existence fallacy.
Is that what it's called? Oh,
yes.
So, but I just added the word fallacy on the end of it. A proving non-existence fallacy.
Yeah, I'll post it.
Oh, cool. That's a new one on me. But it does make total sense because, if I say to you, but given the example of unicorns earlier, if it's much easier to prove unicorns are real by having you, the panel, all accept that in unicorns, right? You with me? Inside the unicorns that are real and that, right? You all with me? Hello? Can one of you nod?
Yes.
I'm giving you an example of how unicorns are real. So inside the very real unicorns that we start with, yeah? Forgotten where I was going with that. What was I babbling about? Why am I begging the question fallacy with unicorns again?
Because you're trying to get someone to prove that the gas created inside the unicorn doesn't exist.
Oh, non-existence, of course. Right. So when I'm challenged, because I'm using a circular reasoning fallacy and getting you all to assume that unicorns are real in my example of how unicorns are real, right? When I get to that point, my opponent, in this case John, right, is said, well, using circular reasoning, just getting us to assume that unicorns are real in the first instance, like saying we're on a globe automatically. Okay, well, prove that unicorns aren't real, John. Show them not existing.
So, you want me to go over?
Yes, please.
You want me to go over this?
Yes, definitely.
It's actually two fallacies in one. So you got from logicallyfallacious.com, proving non-existence. Description: demanding that one proves the non-existence of something in place of providing adequate evidence for the existence of that something. So, a negative claim is a colloquialism for an affirmative claim that asserts the non-existence or exclusion of something. So, the burden of proof rests with the person making the claim, and a positive claim it is shifting the burden of proof for the person making the positive claim to insist that those who deny the positive claim have the burden to prove that the positive claim is false. So it's two fallacies. Double your pleasure.
Excellent.
Can I ask a question?
I'm going to go with no.
Okay, when you were asking him when he will ever see the horizon, wasn't it supposed to be at 1.22 miles? But it, right?
Yeah, but I've cornered
Or
him,
was I
haven't I?
missing it?
I've intentionally cornered him. So he's saying, well, let's look at these tangent points. Well, then Black Swan. That's why I kept swearing at him. Because that's the devastating point that will turn you to alcohol. He hasn't got a tangent anymore, has he?
Right.
Right, well, that's...
The point of the
Right,
tangent is still a straight line.
Well, no. But the reason I kept it on screen is because what is that tangent marked with an X and labelled horizon? It's Earth curve. But suddenly, where will we see this physical tangent point horizon? Well, I'll have to look it up. I'll have to figure out what day we'll see. So it's not just as easy as the horizon's Earth curve anymore then. Suddenly it's a big problem. It's very inconvenient to let you know when we might or might not see Earth curve. Yeah, that's how it boils down. When you've got the Black Swan on your back. Before, well, you look out at the horizon, climb a tree, was the 2015 position from these idiots. Now it's, when will we see the tangent point marked with the next horizon? I'm going to have to look it up and get some further advice and seek some, we were talking about Earth curve here. Hello? Yeah, we just debunked it.
It's supposed to be 1.22, right? Of the observer's height in feet, right?
Yeah, as per
But
their
it's
maths.
not.
Yes, as per their maths, Neil, yes. And it's not, yes, right, as per the Black Swan. Alrighty then. Was that fun? Did everybody enjoy that? Too much swearing,
No, but
really.
he couldn't answer that. That's what you're saying, right?
Being around Scotsman for too many hours.
It was very entertaining, Nathan. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try not to swear as much in future.
Fitty's been fricasseed more times than I can count. Just go on my channel. His name is Unorthodox. He changed his name to B Fitty and then Fitty. He was one of the contestants on the Pink Writing on a few occasions.
Yeah, I remember him having pink writing up. It does do my head, that some of them have got a very similar MO, rumpus style MO, where, as a detail, they just chant through the conclusion over and over and over again.
Yeah, I could barely hear you, Nathan. I could just hear his voice twice as loud as yours as well.
Yeah, of course, he's got his gain set up as loud as he possibly can. All he wants to do is be heard through the top of anything that's devastating. If anything devastating is said in respect to the globe, he'll start talking immediately. So he's got an agenda. He's not here to learn. He's not here to actually debate or argue about it. He's here to stop any opinion that contradicts his being heard when they behave like that. Like I say, that was the rumpus's MO.
But now, if you're drawing
but he's providing you.
Hold on, John. Go on. Go on.
Go on, John.
No, you, Central Goat.
Oh, sorry.
He's provided you.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Said he's provided you.
With some great content for the members.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, good content, I suppose. If he was less swearing, it'd be better. Go ahead, John.
Well, he kept on, I looked at his little drawings there, and he kept on wanting to draw a straight line from a point exterior to a sphere to a point on a sphere, and then from that develop an angle from that line. But that's not the question being asked.
He knows that.
And he knows. I mean, you would think he would know that. That's obviously not the question being asked. So why would he do that?
Because it's deceitful. So every time I say you're going to go to taking a straight line to a curve, he's like, no, you just won't let me show you the picture. So he can get lost in administrative waffle. And then when we finally get to the picture, he'll, hog the mic and talk about the line and how it is possible and how wrong I am in the process. Like, no, you've said you can get an angle from a curve. No, you can't. When you're doing celestial navigation, you're getting angles from a baseline. That's the ground. Well, that's it. That's the end of the discussion. Everything else is wrapped up in the black swan because you haven't got any straight lines for tangent points to sphere Earth horizons anymore. Not since 2020. Hence, that devastating point can't be concluded. Just chanted through.
I wonder if he knows how the calculator was created.
You could try and tell him, but when it got to the bit where you concluded that a flat Earth angle measurement to a star, for instance, was being used, it just chant through you. In the vain hope that the audience won't hear.
Using the differential.
Go on.
Well, you're using the differential between eye level and sea level, right? Where sea level meets the sky to develop that curve. I wonder if he knows that.
Probably not. But yeah, he's not going to hear it if you try to tell him.
Several of them.
Say again?
I've heard several of them admit to that's what it is. I don't think they realize how devastating that is when they say it out loud, but that's what it is.
Yeah, differential between surface level and eye level is where they get the derivation for a Earth curved geometric horizon below surface level debunked by the black swan.
Like the first part of it, though, right? If you're getting a derivation between eye level and where sea level meets the sky, where do you even justify saying that there's a tangent point in any of that to have a horizon below surface level? I don't think they understand how their math works.
No.
So maybe it's not. Maybe it's just stupidity more than anything. Is he just doesn't want to learn?
Yeah, ballers are amusing. Anti-flat earthers are just infuriating.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's a good statement. And I lost my temper with him. So he's got to win.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking is, to him, he achieved what he'd come here to do. He got Nathan upset. That's what he was striving for.
Yep.
Which, that's really a pathetic goal. You know what I mean?
You divining the motives of others, John.
No, it was, you could tell it in his voice that when Nathan got upset, the more upset Nathan would get, the more calm he would be. The more Nathan yelled, more he got close to his mic and calmed down. Yeah, maybe he was drunk, but it doesn't change it. His demeanor would change the more upset he would get Nathan, and the more upbeat come. You probably couldn't hear it. I was on the Discord side of it for most of it. It was pretty apparent over there that that's what he was doing.
What were you doing there?
Yeah, it's a
What were
big
you doing
difference.
there, John?
Plumbing.
woman.
I was impressed by the clarity of his microphone, though. I wish more people had microphones like that.
He was over there slumming and trying to divine motives of utter strangers.
No, I ain't saying his motives. I'm just saying that his attitude would change the more upset Nathan would get. So it would seem that was his motive. I don't know that.
He said he proved gravity on your show, Nathan. I would like to hear that show.
Oh boy, I'd have to go find that one.
He could change. He could change his name to Milli Vanilli, and we'll still know it's unorthodox.
Milli Vanilli is not unorthodox. It's Zanuck. Wow, this is fun.
I'm not allowed to talk. My brother's on the phone.
Well, this is what they do to you. They just leave you with less momentum, with less gas in the tank.
Do you reckon?
I don't know how you do it, Nathan. That's got to be exhausting.
What is? Yeah, it is a little bit tiring, but I'm alright now. I'm playing the game. And hoping that there'll be a conversation that continues. No, lots of busy people, clearly.
I'm having dinner. Sorry, I'm having dinner right now.
I'm not allowed to talk right now.
At these points when I'm listening back to the show that I watch the numbers drop, I'm like, oh, God.
Come on, Huey, what are you doing?
Trying to find the
We could
video
do
of
that
him with
80s.
I'm sorry. I thought he was asking QE.
My apologies. Sorry.
I think I found it.
Let's hear it.
You can't hear it. It's a video. I'll post it in Master B.
Oh, you mean Nathan can't play it?
Oh.
We could do with that 80s workout music again. Get us all pumped.
Yeah. I don't know. That's probably cool to Reds. You know, he's a dweeb. But we shouldn't really attack him personally for being a dweeb. Some people love dweebs.
Funny thing is, while you were saying that, I was walking through Planet Fitness, an actual gym.
Planet Fitness. What an outrage.
Yeah, that's the irony of it. We're debating flat Earth. You start talking about, what was that? Cardiovascular? What did you say?
Kanye West?
Anyway, it was something pertaining to a gym. And I'm in a gym, but not in a planet.
Refracted curvature can turn it into a sphere for you, though.
That's what you said. 80s fitness.
Well, buildings are designed with flat floors.
No, they curve. They curve. I was told, I don't realize, but I'm actually getting my line from the center of the Earth.
But you could think of them as curved. It's called curved-minded or curved considerations. But the actual measurement is pretty flat and straight and all that. Not really curved, you know?
Geometric considerations for sphere Earth, Darwin.
Yep. It's their fantasy of what reality is like that they imagine and dream is there, even though everything that they're going to build and suggest is all measured from a flat plane and measured and constructed, calculated, all of it. But they just have to overlook that part. It's a make-believe, pretend game, right? It's like a LARP that's gone live and people gone crazy. Now they think it's actually real. I bet it officially started out as just like a mind experiment, like an idea. Oh, what if you just think of it like this? And then probably it just turned into official narrative all of a sudden through media, through how the news and television programs and TV show presenters suddenly start rolling it out. Like, no, this is actually real now. I bet that switch went pretty abruptly. What do you guys think?
That
Did it
it's
start
also
out just
reified into the language.
What? What did you say? Somebody from Discord talked over me, but I couldn't hear it. Because my
Oh, I didn't know it was over you. I thought it was over somebody else. My apologies.
Oh. Is this going to be like yesterday where I'm basically like sitting here with an open room and everybody's just like silent? So I'm just going to hijack it and turn it into the early bird show.
That's fine.
Is that? Yeah? Cool.
Yeah. I mean, eventually someone will pipe up. They've all just stepped away. It's just one of those awkward moments where there's hardly anybody chit-chatting. But we can cope, we'll be all right.
All right.
I said you're not allowed to talk. You gotta.
Just say quickly though, I'm glad that you covered Red's rhetoric because I've heard of his name a lot in the last 3 or 4 years. I've been in this genre. I've never watched any of his videos, to be honest. Call it ignorant, but I'm not interested. And after seeing your review, second review now of this content, just shows he's got nothing. Just the same as all the others. Got nothing new, nothing exciting. The same crap, same fallacies, same assumptions. It's terrible.
Math tricks.
Glad I didn't waste my time.
Not math tricks. They would fail third grade intro to geometry. There's no tricks.
I didn't say it was a good or successful trick. It's just they're doing the same type of thing as supposedly proving it. It's like Red's rhetoric, from what I just saw, has not really changed all that much in his approach in the last half a decade. It just sounds like a show that I would have heard like 6 years ago.
He and Astronomy Dead would fail intro to third grade geometry. It's just as simple as that. It was right in the beginning of the video. What they based all their foundational argument off of. So,
right. Just like 6 years ago. It hasn't changed a bit.
Nope. You hear that, Astronomy Live? That is the sound of inevitability. You're not only a pseudoscientist, you would fail Intro to Geometry, 3rd grade.
And that's a big no-no in astronomy land. I mean, you gotta know math, or there's just no point. And that includes geometry.
All right, finally back.
What?
Dun, 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 dun. And here we are at the top of the fuckwit pops.
Although I heard what y'all was saying and I loved it, I enjoyed it. Astronomy Live, this is what your claim and your statements and your assertions sound like.
You mean astronomy dead?
Surprised enough it comes in anymore.
You mean astronomy's dead?
Yeah, John, astronomy's dead.
Come on, Neil, I'm not talking. There you go. Somebody, when I'm not talking, just wait till I'm talking, then jump in.
Thing is, John, I gotta pick and choose my spots because my brother's talking at the same time. I'm sorry.
I thought we should give a moment of silence for Astronomy Dead. About 3 seconds silence. That's good. Play ball!
Or we can get a PhD in astronomy on, for a polite discussion and have the astronomer appeal to experiments, predictions, physics, science, and hypotheses for 71 times with no contest. We could do that. How would you like that?
Go ahead.
It's already out there. Gets at 60 and his interview with Professor Rob Parks. There you go.
What are they doing out there? Or what do they think they are doing out there? I really wonder sometimes. Why are they getting out there, getting the coverage, and messing things up?
Not only Rob Parks, but the interviewer, Shits at 60, stated science, physics, astronomy, theory, and experiment 38 fucking times. There you go. But they just agreed to disagree in the end.
Right, of course. You can always agree to completely ignore reality. I mean, agree to disagree is more like ignore to disagree. Like, we're not going to recognize or attempt to resolve this conflict here. That's agreeing to disagree.
May I ask which of the anti-flat earthers are left to come here then, directly? Because I know Simon Dan hasn't, Dave McKeegan hasn't,
They don't
Professor
have
Dave
patrols,
hasn't.
that's why.
Why are you worried about the anti-flat earthers? They're not your problem, there's friend.
Yeah, it's true. It's flat earthers that are the problem.
Didn't we get one on yesterday?
And we had a shining example of one yesterday.
Undell.
Yeah, but he's not an anti-flat earther. He's just a fuckwit.
I didn't call him an anti-flat earther. I said, why are you worried about anti-flat earthers and globetards? They were vanquished many years ago. The threat is guess who?
Flat earthers.
You.
Well, by vanquished, I mean their ghosts are still lingering. I mean, they're not really vanquished. We haven't exorcised their spirits back to hell. Their ghosts are still lingering. So just because they have no earthing left, they have no feet to stand on, and as ghosts literally, doesn't mean that they're gone. They're still lingering around. Just because they're defeated doesn't mean that they're going to give recognition to that fact.
I think Huey's talking about how flat earth debate are bad guys.
Yeah, the technical debate has been, it's over. I mean, it was mostly over 3 years ago.
So while you're chasing down vanquished vapors, you have some issues with your six. You didn't turn around.
Your what?
You have issues with your six, your backside, because coming up from the backside is the real threat. But you keep on chasing down those vanquished vapors. It'll be your undoing.
I just carry my shield on my back. That works just fine.
I didn't say that I was worried about the anti-flat earthers. I was just curious as to who's left to be brave enough to come here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't say you were chasing them down. I said your attention's directed in that direction. Meanwhile, you have the polite agree, disagrees coming up on your six.
Talking about doubt.
There you go, Neil. Couldn't help it. Pissing down your back and telling you it's raining.
I agree with you, Huey, because they cause more detriment. We don't care about the anti-flat earthers. They've been proven to be liars or idiots, but these anti-flat earthers, these flat earthers are calling themselves flat earthers, spewing this nonsensical rhetoric, just kind of makes, not us, because we check them in a heartbeat, but it just makes the whole flat earth argument seem shady and gives the globers something to lean on for support. And we just can't tolerate that. It has to be nipped in the bud.
I don't see anyone doing anything about it. Well, besides yesterday. Other than that, I don't see anything else. I don't hear any outrage from the quote unquote flat earth community at all. Why is that? Not even any outrage, but censoring, exposing the pretender clown flat earthers coming up on the sixes of flat earthers. How you like that? You like that new little twist? Huh? How's that feel?
Scary.
Well, I went back to listen to yesterday's show, as Adam advised me to, that was dealing with the JC23 guy, and that monkey kneecap mechanic, he turns out to be the same guy who I mentioned on the test drive of the computer last night, who was from 24/7. I recognize his voice. He's the guy that barged into our Discord and was saying how useless we are and we're not going anywhere and nobody likes us and nobody's listening and we're wasting our time because, you guys are the bottom of the food chain, yada, yada, yada. It was him. Because you know how I recognize? When he challenged Nathan only at 24/7 to discuss the upward Earth acceleration versus density gradient.
Not that I want to go down this road, but
No.
not that I want to go down this road, but I frequent 24/7 quite frequently, to be redundant. I don't recall seeing any JC in there ever.
Yeah, who was that guy yesterday, QE?
I have no idea.
A lot of negative shit to say about us.
Well, his avatar face and his voice reminded me of someone who had came in on an ever after show a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and went on about saying, I don't know what you guys think y'all are doing. I mean, Nathan's making, Nathan's not getting nobody. That's why you guys don't have any followers, subscribers. You're just wasting your time. He really went in, and that's why I had said, why are you on our jock strap? Why are you in here on our jock strap? I think y'all remember. I think maybe Neil was. I know Righteous was there.
John, you are correct. He was not, at least in the last 3 months. I don't know who is that guy.
Hey, Sasha, not that I want to go down this road because it's a road. Sasha's over at 24/7 a lot. Do you know who this is on 24/7?
No.
Yep, me neither.
I'm every day here, John. Every day, at least 1 hour. He's not there, for sure.
He claims he knows you. He called out to you personally, QE.
Well, can't somebody know who I am, save for 24/7?
Yes.
There you go.
That was the same guy who said, tell me why more dense things go down. When Dell was on.
What y'all flat earthers gonna be doing against those others that are coming up on your six? Talk about politics or something? You need me to identify them for you?
Personally, I think the way to defeat them is totally ignore them. Just like when trolls come in a chat, totally ignore them.
Well, then just totally ignore them coming up on your six. And before you know it, guess what's going to happen?
They don't have anything to stand on, QE.
Are we on your six?
What can happen?
Utilizing the death cell right now.
So Neil, JT23 was Dell's shining knight, right?
Yeah, he was his white knight.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
The death cell coming up on your six to shoot you from behind.
Yep. Just ignore them coming up on your six. Nothing bad's going to happen.
All right, Captain. Tell us what to do then.
Your heels together? I said, are your heels together?
Sir, yes, sir.
Ask for proof for the claim.
I'm going to tell you what you do. You all of a sudden, turn around, lock and load, and start launching fucking bullets. You get it?
Elevation angles, gas pressure out containment, all our arguments.
Yes.
So celestial navigation, we destroyed them. I don't care what they come up on our backside. They're done. They're murdered.
But you're not paying any attention to them. Not you. I'm talking about the general you, the quote unquote flat earth community. You gonna hit them with celestial navigation arguments? I don't think so.
Yeah, they're not bright enough for that.
Well, we have another Glober in now. Maybe round 2.
Yeah, let's shift our attention to another Glober. Go on. I got rear security.
No,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Yeah, you're right. You caught me. I'm
No,
not
that's
paying
okay.
attention.
I got rear security right now. You can go ahead.
Wait a second. Rear security? Explain that to me.
Rear security. Explain it to you. Isn't it self-evident? If you're
No.
going to attack somebody, you better have your flank and your rear covered too. This is just simple tactics. Do we got to go into war and peace and shit?
Absolutely. I was never in the military. I told you the closest I got was 6 months of intensive military training as opposed to 5 years.
Simple combat tactics, Dr. Ryan.
Well, the only combat I know is street fighting, so he's biting allowed?
Most of the flat Earth debates are street fights with lots of dirty moves. So you can do what you want, mate.
No, I don't know. That's only true with Dell, actually, because we're both on the flat Earth side. Whereas when we're dealing with ballers, we've got to be hyper-specific, hyper-vigilant, all those things.
Remember that
Whilst
scene in
calling them
48
retarded
hours?
spastic.
Hold on. Remember that scene in 48 hours when Nick Nolte's fighting Eddie Murphy for the first time? He tells him, "You're forgetting one thing. I fight 30," and he cracks him in the jaw.
All right, where's the Glober? Remember that? Glober, are you out there? I got one question for you. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your sphere tard.
It was bacon and he left a couple of minutes ago.
Is this still being recorded?
Yeah.
Now Glover need to say, I cannot provide you that because that's not scientific question.
Sasha. Don't be giving away the answers. So, since it's still recorded, then I ain't going to give the game away. Should be the first question, right? To any anti-flat earther or Glober? Correct? Should be the first question. Yes? No?
Yeah, but
and
then they claim
Oh, here we go.
seismology is scientific evidence. Oh, am I over talking someone? Sorry.
I'm eating lunch.
In the first statement out of the sphere tard's mouth, will be quite illuminating. That's all I'm going to say for right now. Unless you're around 24/7 and hear the responses. That first response to that question will make or break the anti-flat earther or globetard. The first statement, first 4 or 5 words. All right, since it's boring. Why am I saying that?
I don't know. Why are you saying that?
So if I asked a spheretard, please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your globetard. And if the first answer or the first statement out of the globetard's mouth is QE, that's a malformed question. You can't have scientific evidence for a shape. If that answer is not forthcoming, that is the first statement, they just compromised their entire science acumen. They would fail 3rd grade intro to general science. So right then and there, they're dead from a scientific point of view. Now, you can move on from that. That's fine. But they're dead.
But that's my, hold on, that's my test to them.
Hold on, that's your what to that?
That's how I test them. In chat, I said, can you validate scientifically the nature of our reality, where we're living? And once they say yeah, then you know they don't know nothing about science.
Too general. No.
So I have to say shape.
It's got to be, please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your globetard.
Okay.
Specifically. Not anything other than that. You may switch the words around a little bit, but all those words must be in that statement, in that query.
I was trying not to use the word shape.
You could say globe, but you don't have to say globetard because that might hurt their feelings, but you get the idea.
So if I say any scientific evidence, can you provide it for your globe? And they start going into it, then they're dead.
Yep. If they don't immediately claim, whoever's speaking to them, that that's a malformed question, they're finished. So you let them do it.
Basically, they stepped on a mine.
Yeah, exactly. All by their onesie.
There was only one guy that told me it can't be done with science. I gave him credit, so.
But what doesn't help is that when you type seismology into any search engine, nearly all the results tell you that it's a scientific field. So many reporters point to that. So
that's fine. Well, then you say, okay, with seismology, observe phenomena, please.
Yeah, but then they get angry.
Because if you say, well, then you state, right? They're finished because anyone can say anything that this is a science or that's a science. That's fine. Seismology, but seismology is not the answer to the question. The question is, please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spheretard. So seismology is not scientific evidence. So that's a non sequitur answer. Try again. That's it. Seismology is a discipline. It's not scientific evidence.
Yeah, but once you start asking them about science, then they say, well, that's QE's method. I'm on the phone again.
Wow, what a devastating argument.
Wikipedia causes self-inflicted wounds, gunshot wounds to the head every time they say the flat earth is an archaic conception that's been scientifically disproven. That's a shot in their own face.
Yep. So what do you say back to them when you say, well, you got that from QE? What is that? What is that answer? Besides preposterous, ludicrousness, absurdity, besides that.
Genetic fallacy.
It's a genetic fallacy. You see that? He's in a coma and can still give out the correct answer.
Not in a coma. I'm playing a game.
You said a genetic fallacy. Eh?
Hey.
That was a question.
What?
You said Nathan's answer was that is a genetic fallacy.
The genetic fallacy, correct.
Okay, got it.
Your genetics sounds fine to me, QE.
Say again?
Unfortunately, a lot of the ballers, you ask them for a hypothesis from seismology, and they just give you a story, like some long-winded explanation of how everything works. And then when you ask them to validate it,
well, that's not a hypothesis. A hypothesis definition is not a story. Well, but you got to be really careful. You got to know what an actual scientific hypothesis is before you venture into this territory, or you're going to get your ass handed to you. So that requires a little bit of work on your part. Of course, I've already done all the work for you. You just got to go get it. Right?
Here.
So you tiptoe over to QE Live or Quantum Eraser channel on YouTube, and you go to the playlist, and then you hit Natural Science and the Scientific Method or Science Education, and then you get your pen out and a piece of paper, and then you stop the video at each point and say, I wonder if that crayon muncher's correct. Let me go and research this. And then you go to the next point and you confirm every single thing I say. Follow? Takes a little bit of time. You got to put a little effort into it. But at the end, there'll be a prize.
To be honest, QE, my only criticism of your presentation is that sometimes it's hard to see the links that you use. So then it's hard to find those exact pages. That's my only criticism. Great content.
Right, so,
thank you very much.
All right. Fair. So then what you do is you take the body of the statement that you just read. You're going to have to do a little typing now. You pull up Google and you put the actual substance of the citation in. And then all of a sudden, like, hit enter. It'll magically pop right up for you. You might have to scroll down a little bit. Same thing happens when you see the citation, and all of a sudden, like, the citation's not there anymore. Well, that's when you know that they caught hold of me using their material, identifying as a flat earther, and try to rip it from the internet memory. Then what do you do after that? There's a number of things you can do. You can hit Wayback Machine, right? Because it ain't disappearing. Or if they're a numpty dipshit and like a university that tries to play that game and then deletes their information off their site. Meanwhile, you got everybody and their sister citing it in journals, and all of a sudden it's not there anymore. They get a little phone call. M. Scott Beach, did you Jedi mind trick into having universities pull their citations off their websites? You Jedi mind tricked them to having to pull them down, right? They just didn't account for that other factor that was going to happen. Professor Wolfs, you out there from the University of Rochester, you feeling me, sunshine? You fraud, lying, sewer rat, piece of shit, lowlife. You see what you get? I did like your secretary, though. She was very nice.
Anybody else? Oh, whole other subject. Back to the what we were talking about yesterday. Q with the military phonetic numerals. Asked my wife, and she said she never heard of tree, but she heard of three, and seven, niner. But it was three. It was three, something like that.
I can't be arsed.
But three, she didn't deny it. She didn't doubt it. She said maybe she's not just never recall hearing that.
I shan't be arsed.
What in here? What did I miss? We're still on.
No, we're all still here. We're still recording. It's just a slow show while I test a few things.
Oh, it's not.
Oh,
Kiwi's going off.
slow. I was providing cowbell. Action. Action.
You clipping your own mic, shouting at me?
Yeah.
I've pulled back. Adam!
Kiwi!
We're lost, man. What are we going to do?
Go get you in the hand of that photograph, sir!
Hold off. Maybe somebody on board has the photograph.
Then we're saved. Posted, like I try to do most days, the show. And yesterday's one, somebody's retweeted it, but then also at Red's Rhetoric gets absolutely schooled in this episode.
Oh, isn't that nice?
No, nice, like a little
Isn't
message
that
to Reg
lovely?
from Mike
Oh.
001.
Right, I am going to have to round out, isn't it? That's just too much dead air for even me. So with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making this extended, silence-filled after show possible. Also, obviously, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!